Recording in progress.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
kekuasaan, dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara bersama dan dalam bentuk yang bersifat kollaboratif. Jakarta, 11 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta. Proklamasi. Kami, bangsa Indonesia, dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara saksama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Presidensi G20 Indonesia mengusung tema Recover Together, Recover Stronger. Indonesia mendorong negara-negara G20 untuk melakukan aksi-aksi nyata. Indonesia akan terus mendorong negara-negara G20 menghasilkan terobosan-terobosan besar. Indonesia akan terus mendorong negara-negara G20 membangun kolaborasi dan menggalang kekuatan untuk memastikan masyarakat dunia dapat merasakan dampak positif dari kerjasama ini. Indonesia berupaya keras untuk menghasilkan inisiatif-inisiatif konkret untuk mendorong pemulihan situasi global agar segera pulih dan menjadi kuat. Recover together, recover stronger.
Sehubungan dengan sambutan Presiden Republik Indonesia, maka Ilomata International Conference 2022 mengusung tema A More Inclusive and Sustainable World Economic Recovery.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 4th Ilomata International Conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this event was held to celebrate our Independence Day. We just celebrated that a few days ago. As you know, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia was colonized by Dutch for over 350 years and then continued by Japan from 1942 to 1945. But on August 17, 1945, we declare our Independence Day. The second video you saw was the video of proclamation text reading read by Mr. Sukarno, the first president of the Republic of Indonesia, and accompanied by Mr. Hatta, the first Vice President of the Republic of Indonesia. Merdeka! Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now allow me to greet and welcome to all guests and participants. First, I would like to greet and welcome Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, BA, MBA, the Minister of Education and Culture of the Republic of Indonesia. Represented by Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Syaib, Director of Research, Technology, and Community Services of the Republic of Indonesia. And then we also greet Mr. Erick Thohir, the Minister of State-Owned Enterprises of the Republic of Indonesia. And then Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. We also have Dr. Insinyur Haristianti Nur Wardani, the head of L2 Dikti Region 3, which represent. And also Professor Dr. Safri Nurmantu, Board of Supervisor of Ilomata Foundation, and also the founding father of Stiami Institute. And then also Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Syarial Yusuf, Board of Supervisor of Ilomata Foundation, Ibu Sri Martani, Vice Chairman of the Board of Supervisor of Ilomata Foundation, and then Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, SABMA, the Chairman of the Ilomata Foundation, also the Board and Management of Ilomata Foundation. We also greet our beloved Rector, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Ratunreng, Rector of Stiami Institute, Vice Rectors, Deans of the faculties, Directors of program, and also lectures. We also greet our lovely Chairman of the committee, Dr. Novianita Rulandari, and also all speakers from 7 different countries, and also all presenters and guests, and also participants, especially students. We also have VIP guests. First, Dr. Daniel Zepata from Lead Program Kune Foundation, Germany. Blessy, Miss Blessy, head of the Pratama Jakarta Matraman. And then also Ibu Ani Natalia. Ibu Ani Natalia, Ibu Ani Natalia is the head of the Pratama Jakarta Matraman Tax Service Offices. Also, Yunir Wansyah. Also, Dr. Mukti Subaja as the Kabid Pengelola Pendapatan Bapenda Provinsi Jabar. Dr. Haji Encep, Kepala P3DW Kabupaten Ciamis. Darussalam, Managing Partner DDTC. Sultan Manurung, Managing Director Eksakta Strategic. Denny Hikmat Jaya, Director Quantum Consulting. Dr. Marco Sebira, Head of the International Program Business School. And then Dr. Bekti, Ketua Asosiasi Pendidikan Tinggi Ilmu Komunikasi or ASPIKOM. And then Dr. Dadang, Ketua Umum Ikatan Sarjana Komunikasi Indonesia. Haji Yayat Supriyatna, Kepala Dinas Lingkungan Hidup, Badan Air dan di DKI Jakarta. Kemudian Ibu Dewi Yanti, Kepala KPPN Jakarta 5. Kemudian Kunto Wiono, Director of Bina Fiskal Indonesia. And also Muhammad Ismi Ransyah, Kepala Kanwil DJP Jatim. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Doni Hendarto, and it is my pleasure to be the host in this beautiful Saturday. And on behalf of Setiami Institute and Ilomata Foundation, I would like to extend a very warm welcome to all of you. And we appreciate you taking the time of your weekend, because this is Saturday, right? Thank you very much for your coming, okay? And then, before we start the first event, let's open this event with Basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Praise to Allah the Almighty, and salutation of peace to our noble Prophet Muhammad Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, to his family, his companion, and those who follow him in upholding the cause of the right religion. Let's move to the first agenda, the recitation of the Holy Quran and prayer, led by Dr. Dian Wahyudin. Dr. Dian Wahyudin, time is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Doni. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhalladzina amanu hal adullukum ala tijarah ala تؤمنون بالله ورسوله وتجاهدون في سبيل الله وتجاهدون في سبيل الله بأموالكم وأنفسكم ذلكم خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون تؤمنون بالله ورسوله وتجاهدون في سبيل الله وتجاهدون في سبيل الله بأموالكم وأنفسكم ذلكم خير لكم إن كنتم تعلمون صدق الله العظيم. Ladies and gentlemen, before we start our seminar, let's prepare together to Allah. In order, Allah will bless our seminar today. Astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim, astaghfirullahaladzim. Falakal hamdu ya Allah, ya karim, ya ma'bud, ya jazalali wal ikram. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma inna nas'aluka bi anna ashhadu annaka antallah. لا إله إلا أنت الأحد الصمد الذي لم يلد ولم يولد ولم يكن له كفوا أحد لا إله إلا الله العظيم الحليم لا إله إلا الله رب العرش العظيم لا إله إلا الله رب السماوات والأرض ورب العرش الكريم نسألك مجيبات رحمتك وعزائم مغفرتك والغنيمة من كل بر والسلامة من كل إثم لا تدع لنا ذنبا إلا غفرته ولا هما إلا فردته ولا حاجة هي لك رضا إلا قضيتها يا أرحم الراحمين ربي زدنا علما وارزقنا فهما اللهم انفعنا بما علمتنا وعلمنا ما ينفعنا اللهم افتح لنا حكمتك وانشر علينا رحمتك من خزائن برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم اغفر للمسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات إنك سميع قريب مجيب الدعوات يا قاضي الحاجات ربنا آتنا من لدنك رحمة وهيئ لنا من أمرنا رشدا ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد النبي الأمي وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة أما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dian Wahyudin, for the recitation of the Holy Quran and prayer. May Allah give blessing to this event, and also Allah give blessing to all of us. Let's move to the next agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, let's sing the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya. To all participants in the aula, please rise, and to all participants online, please sit straight. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to show you a video of our profile, especially the profile of Ilomata Foundation. So, ladies and gentlemen, happy watching.
Ilomata Foundation was established on July 14, 1979 by Professor Dr. Safri Nurmantu as the founder and Dr. Syahrial Yusuf as the co-founder. The purpose of establishing the foundation is to carry out a noble state by actively participating in helping the government's efforts in carrying out development programs to realize national ideals in achieving a just and prosperous society based on Pancasila and the 1945 Constitution, especially through the fields of education and teaching. Ilomata Foundation is located at Pangkalan Asam Raya Street number 55, Cempaka Putih, Central Jakarta. Foundation Board: Profesor Dr. Safri Nurmantu, MSI, Dr. Haji M. Syahrial Yusuf, MM, MBA, Dr. Insinyur Panji Hendrarso, MM, Sri Martani, SOS. Executive Board: Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, SAB, MA, Dr. Andres Jaga Permana, MSc, PhD, Popi Nurmantu, SOS, MSI, Fahri Effendi, SA, MSI. Ilomata Foundation is the administrator of the Institute of Social Sciences and Management, STIAMI Institute. Ilomata Foundation itself has a research publication institution, namely the Ilomata International Journal. STIAMI Institute was established in 1983, vision to become a noble, leading, and competitive university. Mission: organizing and developing the leading, ethical, and moral education, creating, developing, and disseminating the meaningful and beneficial knowledge to both national and international communities, publicizing the results of research and actions research, and also implementing various scientific innovations to develop professional resources in a sustainable manner. Motto: building intellectuals with moral integrity and ethics. Philosophy: increase the degree of human glory through education by having the positive thinking, sense of belonging, and cooperative traits. Stiami Institute's organizational culture, religious service, integrity, innovation, working in tanzans because of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, greeting to each other, enforcing salat in congregation at the early time, performing ZIS, zakat, infak, and sodaqah, pronouncing basmalah, salawat, and short sermon in every meeting, keep learning or reading, faith cultivating, praying for each other. Bursary means clean, healthy, effective, and efficient, neat, honest, fair, responsible, continuous improvement, unique, beneficial. At present, Stiami has 9 study programs, namely Strata 1 Public Administration, Strata 1 Business Administration, Strata 1 Communication Management, Strata 1 Logistics Management, Strata 1 Hospitality and Tourism, Diploma 3 Taxation, Diploma 3 Business Administration, Diploma 4 Accounting, Strata 2 Administration. Management Structure. Rektor, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng, MM. Vice Rector 1, Dr. Bambang Irawan, MM, MSI. Vice Rector 2, Dr. Daryanto Hesti Wibowo, SEAK, MA. Vice Rector 3, Dr. Jundo Harimurti, MSI. Dean of the Faculty of Administration, Dr. Novianita Rulandari, MSI. Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Management, Yuli Evita SE, MA. Vocational Director, Samsudin Esos, MSI. Postgraduate Director, Dr. Pandoyo SE, MM. The 3 scopes of the journals are Ilomata International Journal of Social Science, Ilomata International Journal of Management, Ilomata International Journal of Tax and Accounting. Ilomata International Journal of Tax and Accounting with ISSN number 27149846, online 27149838, print, is published by Ilomata Foundation. It publishes original scientific papers across the whole spectrum of accounting and taxation. The journal attempts to assist in the understanding of the present and potential liability of accounting, to aid in the recording and interpretation of international economic transactions and taxation practices. Ilomata International Journal of Management with ISSN 27148963, online 27148971, print, is published by Yayasan Ilomata, committed to publishing scholarly, empirical, and theoretical research articles that have a high impact on the management field as a whole. The journal encourages new ideas or new perspectives on existing research. The journal covers such areas as business strategy and policy, organizational behavior, human resource management, organizational theory, entrepreneurship, and research methods. Ilomata International Journal of Social Science with ISSN number 27148998, online 27148988X, print, published by Yayasan Ilomata. It is a double-blind peer-reviewed journal freely available online. The aim is to publish articles that contribute significantly to the body of knowledge. It publishes both theoretical and empirical articles and case studies relating to sociology, political science, history, law in society, and related disciplines. Published articles use scientific research methods, including statistical analysis, case studies, field research, and historical analysis. Vision: to be qualified and leading international journal. Mission: to carry out scientific publications that prioritizes the quality for researchers, professionals, and students from all over the world. For this reason, Ilomata Journal is committed to providing the greatest possible benefits for the development of knowledge in the world by always making a positive contribution in efforts to increase the impact factors, the H index, and the international indexation.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this event, you have to know that the host of this event is Ilomata Foundation, and the co-host for this event is Stiami Institute. For the publication, we also have the Publication Consortium in Applied Social Science. Okay, for the next agenda, we would like to invite our beautiful chairman of the committee, Dr. Novianita Rulandari. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Novianita Rulandari.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, BA MBA, Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Yuaib, MAGR, Director of Research Technology and Community Service Republik of Indonesia, Head of Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Region 3, Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwardani, MP, or representing, Board of Supervisor of the Ilomata Foundation, Professor Dr. Safri Nurmantu, MSI, Deputy Chairman of the Ilomata Foundation Board Trustees, Ms. Sri Martani Esos, Chairman of the Ilomata Foundation, Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, SABMA, Rector of Institut Stiami, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng, MM, Chairman of the Senate of Institut Stiami, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Mulyadi, APMSI, and members, Vice Rector, Dean of the Faculties, Lecturer, Honorable Speakers from Netherlands, Japan, USA, French, Australia, Germany, and also Indonesia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. All praise is due to Allah, the Lord of the world, for enabling us to meet together in this Ilomata International Conference, Ilocon 2022. Peace and salutation be upon to the noble prophet of Islam, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and his household, his companions, and his faithful followers until the end of time. First of all, I would like to say thank you very much to the entire committee of the Ilocon 2022, who had hard work to prepare this international conference well, and especially to all the guests of this conference. This is the 4th international conference, organizing an international conference, and is followed by 1,300 participants and presenter. The theme of ILOCON 2022 is a more inclusive and sustainable world economic recovery. This conference is expected to form international scholars and the academic community in pursuing science, technology, and global welfare, especially for the challenge of economic recovery, which is currently focused many countries in the world. The theme of the international conference is taken from the theme of the G20 activity, Recover Together and Recover Stronger. The President of Republic of Indonesia as the G20 presidency said that Indonesia encouraged G20 countries to take real action, produce major breakthrough, and build collaboration and build strength to ensure that the world community gets a positive impact from this collaboration. That is why we held this conference. It is hoped that this conference can provide input and breakthrough for a more inclusive and sustainable economic recovery. This activity is also a concrete effort carried out by the Ilomata Foundation as the organizing body of the STIAMI Institute. In addition, this conference is also intended to connect the researcher from the field of multidisciplinary as well as professional from various spectrum. Hopefully, this conference can significantly give more contribution to the global advancement. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to appreciate and gratitude to Chairman of the Ilomata Foundation, Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, SABMA, Rector of the STIAMI Institute, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng MM. We would like to express our deep gratitude to distinguished keynote speakers, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, Minister of Education, Culture, Research and Teknologi Republik of Indonesia and representing Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Region 3. And on this great opportunity, we would like to gratitude to the honorable speakers, Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer, Extraordinary Ordinary Lecturer of Institute STIAMI, Director Tax Services and Members, Executive Board of IBFD, in the International Bureau Fiscal Documentation, Professor Tax Policy Utrecht School of Economic, the Netherlands. And to Prof. Naoyoki Yoshino, former Dean CEO Asian Development Bank Indonesia, concurrent position Director of Finance Research Center, Financial Service Agency, Government of Japan. And 3, Professor Dr. Mult Miroslav Matija, Extraordinary Ordinary Lecturer of Institute STIAMI, Professor at Logos International University, USA. Professor Agnes Pastorino, PhD, in Sociology and Social Psychology, Associate Researcher, Charles Research Center, Sorbonne University, Paris. Associate Professor Ferry G, lecturer from School of Business and Law, Edith Cowan University, Australia. Associate Professor Dr. Pandoyo, Director Magister Program of Institute STIAMI, and Dr. Eduardo Noboa, BMW Foundation, German Lead Climate Change Specialist, Finance and Cities, Germany. On behalf of the organizing and steering committee, it is my great pleasure and privilege to thank you and hope that this conference is beneficial to all. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Well, thank you very much, Dr. Novianita Rulanadi, for the welcoming speech. I heard that the participant for this event is 1,300 participants. Whoa, that's big, yeah? Okay then. Now, let's move to the next agenda. I would like to invite to give opening speech Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwardani, MP, the head of L2DT Region 3, represented by Ibu Tuti. To Ibu Tuti, time is yours.
Terima kasih. Mohon cek apakah suara saya sudah terdengar? Terima kasih. Mohon cek apakah suara saya sudah terdengar?
Sudah. Dipersilakan.
Baik.
Yes.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Sebelum saya membacakan sambutan ini, mohon izin menyampaikan sambutan ini dalam bahasa Indonesia. Juga kami sampaikan permohonan maaf dari Ibu Kepala Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Wilayah 3, Ibu Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwardani, MP, yang tidak dapat hadir bersama-sama kita dikarenakan ada agenda lain yang tidak dapat diwakilkan. Sehingga beliau menugaskan saya untuk hadir bersama Bapak Ibu yang hadir pada acara pagi hari ini. Sambutan Kepala Lembaga Layanan Pendidikan Tinggi Wilayah 3 pada Konferensi Internasional Ilomata, A More Inclusive and Sustainable World Economic Recovery. Kepada yang terhormat Bapak Nadiem Anwar Makarim, Menteri Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, dan Teknologi Republik Indonesia, yang pada hari ini diwakili oleh Direktur Riset Teknologi dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Muhammad Faiz Suaib, Magister Agrikultur. Yang terhormat Bapak Erick Thohir, Menteri Badan Usaha Milik Negara Republik Indonesia atau yang mewakili. Yang terhormat Bapak Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, Menteri Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia atau yang mewakili. Yang terhormat Ketua Yayasan Ilomata Jakarta, Profesor Dr. Safri Nurmantu, MSI. Yang terhormat Rektor Institut Siami, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng, MM. Yang terhormat Ketua Panitia Dr. Novianita Rulandari, SAP, MSI. Yang terhormat para pembicara pada seminar pada Konferensi Internasional Ilomata. Yang terhormat para undangan dan hadirin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom. Om Swastiastu. Namo Buddhaya. Salam kewajiban. Pertama-tama marilah kita panjatkan segala puji dan syukur kehadirat Tuhan Yang Maha Esa atas rahmat dan kasih sayangnya, sehingga pada saat ini kita dapat menghadiri acara Konferensi Internasional A More Inclusive and Sustainable World Economic Recovery. Saya mewakili LE Dikti Wilayah 3 mengucapkan apresiasi kepada Yayasan Ilomata Jakarta dan Institut Siami beserta panitia penyelenggara, sehingga kegiatan konferensi internasional Ilomati ini dapat terlaksana. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, kondisi global masih dalam fase pemulihan ekonomi dari imbas COVID-19. Bahkan di negara asal munculnya wabah, negara masih berjuang melawan wabah. Belum selesai dengan wabah, awal 2022 ini, dunia kembali dikejutkan dengan invasi Rusia ke Ukraina. Hingga saat ini perang yang telah berlangsung menjelang 6 bulan tersebut telah menjadi permasalahan fokus baru dunia yang menimbulkan banyak resiko baik dalam hal keamanan manusiawi secara nyata maupun ekonomi. Beberapa negara besar di dunia saat ini telah mengalami inflasi dalam angka yang tinggi, bahkan sedang mengalami masa resesi. Kenyataan yang harus diperhitungkan banyak negara-negara yang ada di dunia ini ialah inflasi lebih tinggi dan pertumbuhan ekonomi melambat. Bapak Menteri Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Sandiaga Uno menyampaikan bahwa kunci untuk menangani ekonomi pasca pandemi ini adalah dengan tindakan gercep atau gerak cepat, geber atau gerak bersama, dan gaspol atau garap semua potensi lapangan kerja. Bapak Menteri Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, Riset, Teknologi Nadiem Anwar Makarim menekankan juga pentingnya menumbuh kembangkan sinergi antara sektor pendidikan dan kebudayaan dengan sektor ekonomi, khususnya melalui penguatan pertumbuhan usaha mikro, kecil, dan menengah atau UMKM dalam pemulihan ekonomi. Diharapkan kinerja ekonomi global bisa tumbuh positif seiring program stimulus ekonomi dan percepatan vaksinasi serta peningkatan mutu pendidikan. Bapak Ibu yang saya muliakan, berdasarkan Permendikbudristek Republik Indonesia nomor 35 tahun 2021, LL Dikti mempunyai tugas melaksanakan fasilitasi peningkatan mutu penyelenggaraan pendidikan tinggi. Antara lain adalah pelaksanaan fasilitasi penilaian angka kredit pendidik dan tenaga kependidikan perguruan tinggi. Saat ini jumlah dosen yang memiliki jabatan akademik untuk asisten ahli adalah sebesar 8.026 atau 31,42%, lektor berjumlah 7.786 atau 30,48%, guru besar kurang dari 2%, jumlahnya 432, dan masih ada 7.838 atau 30,69% yang belum memiliki jabatan akademik atau berstatus tenaga pengajar. Melalui konferensi internasional ini diharapkan adanya peningkatan kinerja Tridharma, khususnya peningkatan pada bidang penelitian. Kami berharap karya ilmiah yang dihasilkan oleh para dosen yang mengikuti kegiatan ini dapat meningkatkan kenaikan pangkat jabatan akademik para dosen di lingkungan LL Dikti Wilayah 3. Bapak Ibu, pada tahun 2022 ini LL Dikti Wilayah 3 sedang melakukan pemetaan, pemantauan, dan evaluasi terhadap 292 PTS di DKI Jakarta untuk memastikan bahwa arah kemudi perahu yang bernama Institusi Pendidikan Tinggi telah diarahkan ke tujuan yang sama, yaitu transformasi pendidikan tinggi berbasis 8 indikator kinerja utama. Untuk itu, sekali lagi, LL Dikti Wilayah 3 terus mendorong perguruan tinggi untuk berkolaborasi dalam satu perahu sehingga dapat berlayar lebih cepat dan efisien ke tujuan kita bersama, yaitu transformasi pendidikan tinggi dengan memberikan kemerdekaan bagi mahasiswa, dosen, dan kampus. Akhir kata, kami mengucapkan selamat mengikuti konferensi internasional. Kepada seluruh peserta, salam kampus merdeka, bersama kita ciptakan Merdeka Belajar, Kampus Merdeka dari Jakarta untuk Indonesia. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sri Mastuti, Eskom Mkom. And we would like to invite you to stay on screen because we are going to give you certificate, award certificate. And we would like to invite our beloved rector, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudi Natunreng, to give the award certificate to Ibu Sri Mastuti.
Kepada Ibu Tuti, salam hormat buat Ibu Pariwisatanti. Sukses selalu, kami mohon selalu memberikan dorongan kepada institusi kami dan Yayasan Ilomata. Terima sertifikat ini Bu sebagai bentuk penghargaan kepada kami. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor. Kami sampaikan salam Pak Rektor kepada Ibu Paris. Ya. Selamat konferensi Pak Rektor.
Ya.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sri Mastuti, and also our rector. Thank you. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Now, let's hear the first keynote speech from Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, BA, MBA, Minister of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology of the Republic of Indonesia, represented by Director of Research, Technology, and Community Services of the Republic of Indonesia, Professor Dr. Insinyur M. Faiz Shuaib. And also, Professor, I would like to invite you also to open this event. Jadi Profesor, kami mohon nanti Anda juga membuka acara ini. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Professor Faiz Shuaib.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished guests, maybe I can't call one by one, but all of you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. I hope we are in a good health, happiness, and prosperity. Thank you for the invitation. So also I convey the best regards from our ministry. He's sorry cannot directly attend this meeting, but I asked the representative him to give just a brief speech for this nice symposium today. Okay, the committee, let me share the just brief presentation. Yes, today speech we make this title, Transforming Higher Education, Nurturing Creative and Competitive Human Capital to Contribute on Sustainable Economic Recovery. As we know, world has been changing and continuing to change in all aspects of life and economy, especially at present day. As we know, the change has been more rapidly and even disrupt many ways of conventional business and economic activities. So I think to face and deal with this condition and situation, the higher education have to develop the capability and capacity and eventually to contribute on sustainable economic recovery in more creative, participative, and competitive ways. So, consequently, the transforming in education to create competitive human capital is necessary. Higher education is a combination of qualities in education, research and innovation ecosystem in any country in the world, including Indonesia. So we have to keep transform and innovate our education system and mechanism to be able to nurture creative and competitive human capital and to contribute on sustainable productivity and economic recovery. So as we know, here in our country in Indonesia, we have plenty of higher education institutions. Maybe I think the highest number in the world, I think. Now we have more than 4,500 or near to 4,600 higher education institutions, which is 75% is academic higher education institution, and 25% more than 1,000 vocational higher education institution. And also we have more than 300,000 lecturers. We have more than 8,500,000 students in our higher education. It's so great. It's so plenty of potential in our higher education. So I think higher education is not merely a matter of number of institutions, not merely a matter of number of lecturers, professors, students, and even just papers, but more is how the higher education has to contribute, how to improve the education, research, and innovation ecosystem that eventually be able to contribute the improvement of the competitiveness and welfare of the people and the nation. We have the strategy in our higher education is one, we have to how to escape our middle track economy. As we know now, our GDP is about $4,000 per capita per year. So it means in the middle stage, but our economy mostly is depend on resource economy. So we have to make value added, so we can gain the more benefit and we can escape from the middle income trap economy. So for this situation, we have to create how the economy is driven by innovation. Secondly, also by the innovation, we can leverage our competitive index. So we have to boosting our innovation, and also the campus can be create more people that have more competitive compared with the other our college. And thirdly, the higher education is not also merely as a matter of a center of excellence, but they should be connecting and linking to the world of works. So the higher education, not just the institution who create the graduates, the papers, but the higher education should be connecting and linking to the needs of the world of works, business and industry. So we have many strategies for this. So we have to develop such a bridge or connecting the chains between the education and research in campus with the need of quality of the human resource and technology in the world of works. The education and system and curricula should be prepared for talented and fulfilled human resource that compatible to the need of the world of works. So as we know, now we have the new curriculum. We transform the education system in campus, what we call MBKM. So this is how we strengthen the characteristics of education, critical thinking, and problem solving. So this education system, we have 9 measurable KPI. As we know, this 9 measurable KPI, I think I do not want to talk more detail about it. All of us know about this. So this, our education system has been transforming. So we are continuing to transform our education system. So what we're doing in campus will be compatible with the needs of the world of works. So to pursue these goals, the Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Higher Technology, especially in our Directorate General of Higher Education, we have many activities, we have many incentives, we have many programs that we will support the MBKM curriculum, in which this the way to transform our education system. We have many incentives like this. We have matching fund program. We have MBKM program. We have also some incentive for more creating innovation from campus, which is bridging to the industrial, and also make how the student be able to get learning experience in the world of work. So that's what we call the MBKM curriculum. Also, we have more many programs to strengthening the research and community service. And nowadays, we hope that the activity of education, the activity of learning, also interconnecting with the activity of research and also the activity of community service. So our future program, it will be interconnecting between research, community service, and also a learning system in which what we call MBKM. So also there's many programs also we have been running in our ministry and especially in our Directorate General, and we will continue this program for the future. So for this activity also in our campus is very open to create investment and collaboration opportunities, even with the World Class University. Maybe we can do research and publication, intensive, curriculum development, and etc. So finally, I will thanks and congratulate to Ilomata Foundation for the contribution and commitment for our education development and our quality improvement, especially for the higher education. So I convey that congratulations, have a nice symposium. Hope the symposium will get a great result and benefit for all us, but also for our people and especially for our higher education system and curriculum. So again, I convey, have a nice symposium. Hope it will be beneficial for all of us. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much,
Terima
Professor
kasih, Pak Rektor, semuanya salam kenal.
for the speech. And please stay on screen because I would like to invite our beloved rector, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Natureng, to give the award certificate to Professor Faiz Shuaib.
Thank you very much, Profesor Faiz, atas presentasinya, dan salam hormat kepada Pak Menteri Pendidikan, Kebudayaan, dan Riset Teknologi Indonesia. Mohon diterima sertifikat ini, Prof. Mohon dukungan selalu buat Yayasan Ilomata dan Institut Siami, Prof. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Terima kasih Pak Rektor, Bapak Ibu sekalian, salam kenal, mohon kerjasamanya, mohon doanya.
Ya. Terima kasih, Pak.
Kita melakukan yang terbaik untuk negeri ini. Terima kasih,
ya,
Bapak.
Ya, Pak.
Thank you very much, Professor Faiz and our rector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now let's move to the second keynote speech. I would like to invite Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mr. Sandiaga Uno.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Warmest greeting to you all. As we all know, the world is currently facing a global economic downturn and rising inflations. The situations require us to have a sense of crisis, a sense of urgency, and a sense of humanity. Therefore, the development of the tourism sectors and the creative economy regarding aspects of health, security, cultural, and environmental conservation has to be in line with people, planet, and wealth, including partnership and peace. 5P. the Ministry of Tourism and the Creative Economy carries out various policies and programs to support the economic recovery, while building the tourism sector and the creative economy to become qualified and sustainable. This program includes increasing the capacity of human resources through reskilling, upskilling, and new skilling. 5 sustainable tourism flagships consisting of programs such as Sustainable Tourism Destinations, Sustainable Tourism Observatory, Sustainable Tourism Certifications, Sustainable Tourism Industry, and Sustainable Tourism Management and Marketing. Develop, strengthen, and implement a carbon footprint calculation scheme at destinations accompanied by carbon offsetting actions. Implementing policies related to carrying capacity and visitor management at destinations. Then encouraging green finance structures nationally. The G20 presidency raised 3 main themes, namely global health architecture, energy transitions, and digital transformations. In line with this, the Tourism Working Group has focused discussions on impact mitigations and post-COVID recovery by strengthening the most affected tourism stakeholders, local communities, and MSMEs. This working group also identified 5 lines of actions necessary to support tourism transformations, which consist of human capital, innovations, digitalizations, and the creative economy, women and youth empowerment, climate actions, biodiversity conservations, and circularity, policy, governance, and investments frameworks, and finally, best wishes to all of you. I hope that today's conference, with the theme of a more inclusive and sustainable world economic recovery, can add insights for all stakeholders to be able to play an active role in generating various sectors for economic recovery for the welfare of the community. For the welfare of the community. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy of the Republic of Indonesia. And Mr. Rector, I would like to invite you to give award certificate to Mr. Sandiaga Uno.
Terima kasih Pak Menteri atas speech in Ilomata International Conference today. Sekali lagi kami ucapkan terima kasih, kami menyerahkan sertifikat sebagai bentuk ucapan terima kasih atas dukungan Bapak pada Ilomata International Conference pada pagi hari ini. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Sandiaga Uno, and thank you also, Mr. Rector. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now we are in the main event. Okay, we're going to divide this room into 2. The main room, and we're going to invite all the speakers for over the country, abroad, and then we have also 2 break rooms. But for the main room, it'll be led by Mrs. Rejeki Agustiawati MSAS. She's a lecturer of Setiam Institute, senior lecturer from 1998 until now. And also she's a content creator, a book author, and also MC and moderator for national and international event, English and Indonesia trainer for some companies also. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Mrs. Asti.
Thank you very much, dear Master of Ceremonies, for giving me time to be a moderator for today's program. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to welcome all of you in the program of Ilomata International Program 2022. Also, I would like to welcome all speakers that have been here with us. Praise is always be given to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for the blessing and guidance so that we can be here to join the Ilomata International Conference 2022 with the theme A More Inclusive and Sustainable World Economic Recovery. Ladies and gentlemen, for today's conference, first of all, we would like to inform that the first speaker is Professor Naoyuki Yoshino. Before I invite Professor Naoyuki Yoshino, let me read his brief CV. Dr. Naoyuki Yoshino is a professor emeritus at Keiko University, Tokyo, Japan, and from 2014 until 2020, he was Dean and CEO of the Asian Development Bank Institute, and he obtained his PhD from Johns Hopkins University, United States in 1979. Dr. Yoshino has been a visiting scholar at Massachusetts Institute of Technology, United States, and a visiting professor at various universities, including the University of New South Wales, Australia, Foundation National de Science Politics, and the University of Gothenburg, Sweden. He also been an assistant professor at the State University of New York, Buffalo in 1979 until 1981, an associate professor at GRIPS 1982 to 1990, and an economics professor at Keio University 1991 until 2014. Well, ladies and gentlemen, his CV is quite long, and last about him, he was also the lead co-chair at the T20 Infrastructure and Financing Task Force and advised on the handover to Saudi Arabia's presidency in 2020 and Italy's presidency in 2021. He received the International Green Finance Lifetime Achievement Scientific Award from the Central Bank of Hungary, which was held by the Planet Budapest 2021 Sustainable Expo Summit. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Naoyuki Yoshino. We would like to invite Professor Naoyuki Yoshino to join with us. Professor Naoyuki Yoshino, are you with us? I'm going to invite him again. Professor Naoyuki Yoshino, are you with us? One more, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for Professor Naoyuki Yoshino to be accepted, I'm going to inform you that today I'm wearing kebaya. And this kebaya is called kebaya encim, or this is a traditional clothes from DKI Jakarta. And people usually wear this kebaya on the day of the Independence Day, and we are still in the situation of Independence Day.
Hello, can you hear me?
That's why in attending the Ilomata International Conference 2022, the Master of Ceremony and me as the moderator are wearing these traditional clothes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Naoyuki Yoshino is with us now. Can you please open your camera, Professor Naoyuki Yoshino?
Hello, yes, very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much.
Hello?
Yosoko?
Can you hear?
Hello? Okay. Without further ado, it's time for you to give a presentation, please. Time is yours. Okay, I would like to inform you again that actually Professor Naoki Yoshino stayed in Japan, but this time he's giving a presentation from New York, so maybe it's a little problem. There is a technical.
Thank you very much.
Okay, yes, we can hear you.
Okay, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes,
can you now? Thank you very much. So connection is very bad. I apologize. So without using my points, and I'll speak to later, I would like to make about 20 minutes a point for sustainable and environmental issues. First of all, many people are talking about ESG and environmental issues. And however, the definition of environment is different from one, and many investors used to look at rate of return and risk as two parameters in the past. Then investors select the best return and smaller risk. That now investors has to pay attention to ESG. Some of the rating agencies are focusing on companies' willingness to environmental issues. And another reason look at the disclosure booklet, how many pages they are focusing on environmental issues and so on. Therefore, investors focus so connection is sometimes bad, and I hope I can come back again. So my main point, the environmental issues own definition. And that will lead
well, ladies and gentlemen, maybe there is a technical
distortion. Can you hear me now?
Professor Naoki Yoshino, excuse me, can you hear me? Can you hear me clearly? Because we can...
Yes, I can hear clearly,
yes.
But
yeah, but I cannot hear you clearly.
I have erased my screen.
What do you think?
How about this? Can you hear me? Hello?
We cannot hear you clearly.
Can you hear me now?
No, we cannot hear you clearly.
Oh.
Are you going to find a room maybe for a better signal?
No. Can you hear me now?
Oh, you are going to continue your presentation now?
Can you hear me now? Is it okay? I can continue.
You're going to continue now, please.
Because of connection, I will erase my fixture. So that important thing for sustainable growth, we have to look at the same of the environmental issues, because each agency has their own criteria of environmental issues. And in order to accommodate those difficulties or green that.
I'm sorry, Professor Naoyuki Yoshino, it's cut off and your voice cannot be heard at all and the translator cannot translate it what you are saying. Hello, Professor Naoyuki? Can you hear me?
Hello?
We cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me?
We cannot hear you.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, we cannot hear you. It's difficult. We only see your name here.
You cannot very technical issues.
Okay, as we cannot hear you, really, we would like
Can
to...
you hear me now?
Can
you hear me now?
Apologize. No, we cannot hear you. So, on behalf of the committee, we would like to apologize that we are going to continue for the next speaker and you are going to prepare a room first. You are going to make your connection better, or can you please give me some suggestion? Hello, Professor Naoyuki Yoshino.
Okay.
Is that okay that we are going to continue for the next speaker? Because we cannot hear you at...
Okay, thank you very much. I apologize for that.
Okay, yes. Thank you very much for joining us today. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to apologize because of the technical problem. So we cannot continue for the first speaker. And we are going to continue to the next speaker. The next speaker is Associate Professor Dr. Andos Pandoyo, SAMM. Before he give a presentation, let me read his brief CV. Associate Professor Dr. Andos Pandoyo, SAMM. His education of PhD from Pancasila University in 2015 and his Magister Management from STIE Ibwija in 1995, and he also graduated from Pancasila University in 1985. He is known as a Stiami Institute Postgraduate Director, and he was also the DPK Lecturer, Kopertis Region 3, Jakarta 2009 until 2020. He was the head of Inspectorate of Bapeten Republic of Indonesia from 2005 until 2008. He was an Associate Expert Auditor of Bapeten Inspectorate General 2004 until 2005. Vice Dean of the Faculty of Economics at Ibnu Khaldun University, Jakarta, and also Head of Accounting at STIE PBM Jakarta, Head of Institute of Research and Community Services, or LPPM, STIE PBM Jakarta. He has written several kinds of books and also several kinds of his articles published in both national and international journals. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Associate Professor Dr. Andos Pandoyo, SAMM.
Thank you very much. Yang ngatur ya.
Good morning, Pak Pandoyo.
Good morning.
How are you today? Fine?
Fine, staying.
Okay. Well, please give a presentation.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honoris Rebel, Nadiem Anwar Makarim, BA, MBA, Minister of Education, Culture, Riset, and Teknologi Republik of Indonesia, Haji Erick Thohir, BA, MBA, Minister of State Awareness Enterprise, Republik of Indonesia, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Kreatif Indonesia, Republik of Indonesia, Dr. Insinyur Paristiyanti Nurwandani, Magister LA2 Dikti, Region 2, the founder of Ilomata, Profesor Dr. Sabri Normanto, MSc, Deputy Chairman of Ilomata Associate, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Syarial Yusuf, MBA, Deputy Chairman of Ilomata, Ibu Sri Mardani, Sarjana Sosial, Chairman of Ilomata, Dr. Andus Haji Raden Mas Amrullah Satoto SHBMA, Rektor of Institut Setiami, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng MM, Senat of Institut Setiami, Profesor Dr. Muhammad Mulyadi, Administrasi Publik, MSc, all speaker of Ilomata International Conference. Dear all participants, good morning and have good time, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would to say thank you very much for opportunity that has been given me delivery of presentation for Ilomata International Conference 2022. The title of my presentation of National Economic Recovery Strategy Post-COVID-19 Pandemic without further ado, let's start from first slide. Outline. Asian Development Economic Growth Year 2022. Synergy and National Economic Recovery, National Economic Recovery Strategy, Domestic Consumption, Public Consumption, Growth Pay Component, Ministries, and official expenditure and on the expenditure. Asian economic growth year 2022. Vietnam recorded the economic growth in middle of the 2022 pandemic 2.09%. And with this success, Vietnam economic growth 2022 is projected 6.05%. Myanmar economic growth to decline drastically at 18.40% in 2021, Indonesia 2021. Filipina, Malaysia, Kamboja, Indonesia, Singapura, Brunei Darussalam, Laos, People Democracy, Thailand, Timor-Leste, and economic growth to decline 2021. The economic in Indonesia in 2020 grew negative of 2.10%. Unemployment and property rate increased to rationalization during the COVID-19 pandemic. However, the decision of large-scale social restriction 2020 has succeeded in shaping Indonesia economic as profit in 2021. The Indonesia economic will grow by 3.07%, and in 2022, Indonesia economic growth is projected grow 5%. Synergy and national economic recovery during 2020 until 2021, the government of Indonesia focused on vaccinations and discipline of the COVID-19 protocol. In addition, the policy that implementation include opening productive and sub-sector, accelerasi fiscal stimulus, budget relation, increase credit and demand side and supply, monetary stimulus and macroprudential policy, digitalization of economic and finance, especially micro, small, medium, national economic recovery. To achieve national economic recovery, four strategies are need, namely domestic consumption, ministry and official expenditure and under expenditure, micro, small and medium enterprise, economic stability and monetary expansion. Domestic consumption. Household consumption, the second quarter up to 2022, 9,697 trillion, grew by 15% year-on-year. Consumption is one of the sources of economic growth. Gross domestic product base of expenditure. Strong consumption will enable Indonesia to increase economic growth. Micro, small, medium enterprise. The government is trying more business growth by providing incentive stimulus to micro, small, medium enterprise. The government provides self-keeping installment, delay, and interest subsidy for banks loan. Interest subsidy through PayPal business loan and ultra micro. Quarter for working capital of up to 7 billion. And tax incentive success income tax 21 home by government. For corporation, the government provide tax incentive tax-free in for 22, reduced installation for PPA 25, pre-refund government fund in bank debt restrukturisasi. Economic stability and monetary expansion. During 2020 until 2022, inflation continues increase. In July 2022, inflation was 4.04%. This inflation is a reflection of growth economic with reflect and improvement demand with this drive inflation. Inflation in July 2022 was also passed be increase in price and number of goods, especially food commodities. Moreover, well, profit margin of produce and then the invariably increase production cost to consumer. So the good mass fight community can be expensive content 2022. Rate and the rupiah exchange rate 1,500 per US dollar is not good seen. Several industry raw material price, particularly food and beverage, have increased such as well sugar and vegetable oil. Food and beverage business actor also waiting the right momentum into increase price the market because not community group already. Although increase is so 5 until 7. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sudah amat mas.
Ya, waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We have just heard about a speech from Associate Professor Dr. Bandoyo, SA. And now we are going to continue with the certificate giving. And we would like to invite Dr. Bambang Irawan, SOS, MSE, to give the certificate. Okay, and we would like to invite Bapak Daryanto to give a certificate.
All right, to our distinguished speaker, Associate Professor Bandoyo, we are very delightful to have your thoughts today. Please accept our appreciation for your contribution to this conference. Thanks a lot. Terima kasih. Matur nuwun Pak Bandoyo.
Terima kasih Bapak Dr. Daryanto. Mudah-mudahan ini awal untuk presentasi berikutnya. Thank you very much Bapak Rektor, Pak Daryanto, dan Prof. Sapri dan lain-lainnya. Terima kasih.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Daryanto Hesti Wibowo, SA, AK, MA, for giving the certificate. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you have some questions and answer, later we are going to open the question and answer session. And now we are going to continue our conference by inviting speaker 3, and I would like to inform the data of the speaker 3. Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD, FCES, FCILT, Australia. Ferry G is the Associate Professor in Supply Chain and Logistic Management in the School of Business Law. Ferry is currently a Secretary to Chartered Institute Logistics and Transport CILTA Western Australia Committee. Ferry is also a Supply Chain and Logistic Association of Australia SCLA Committee. Associate Professor Ferry G has maintained a high-quality research throughout his academic career, including international scholarly leadership in the areas of supply chain management and logistics, including being invited to be a keynote speaker and to give public lectures at symposiums and international conferences in Indonesia, Malaysia, Vietnam, China, UK, and Australia. From 2017 until now, published more than 55 River Journal articles, including 31 articles in Q1 rank in the CIMAGO and 23 articles in Q2 rank in CIMAGO and 10 River Conference papers. Furthermore, Dr. G has received research grants or awards adding up to over $1.85 million between 2010 and 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD, FCES, FCILT, Australia. Hi, let me greet in Australian slang. Good day.
Hi, good morning, book moderators. Nice meeting you. Thank you so much to invite me as speaker for this amazing conference. Can I please get access to share the screen? Thank you. Okay, so everybody can see the screen. All right, so this morning, I would like to talk about supply chain sustainability management. Since I'm in a supply chain specialist and supply chain and logistic management scholar, I would like to share about the research in the area of sustainability supply chain and what are future research opportunities in this area. You can see my details if you want to reach me through WhatsApp or email address. For research collaborations, please text me or email me or WhatsApps. So my name is Ferry G. Thank you to introduce me, ebook moderator. So just to simple for the time, so I would like to start with my project. So currently the projects I'm doing it now is Digital Competencies Framework for Australia Energy Industry. And then the project just completed about supply chain resilience, capacity building and upskilling post-COVID-19, just finishing the end of 2021. And several projects already completed and already been published in the top-tier international journals, such as transportations, waste project, smart city project, and also planning intermodal and general logistic infrastructure. So everybody in this room knows about supply chain management. So as you can see, supply chain is the management of all activities that facilitate the fulfillment of a customer order for a manufactured good. So the thing is, the function of supply chain is to achieve customer satisfaction at a reasonable cost. There are several operational activities in supply chain. The first one is we work very closely with suppliers, and we have purchasing, procurements in order to purchase the raw materials, the components, spare part. We have a purchasing and procurement activities. Of course, we have a transportation. As you know, that's a product movement from one place to warehouse or from one place to the distribution center. Then we need to have a transportation. As well as we have demand forecasting, inventory, as you know. For the pandemic, as you know, in the last 20 months or 24 months, we got problem we call supply chain disruption. When empty shelf in the supermarket and the problem with the stock out, inventory. As you know, a lot of factories shutting down because the workers got COVID. And this particularly what we call supply chain disruption, because the stock out, no supply, and, certain products such as hand sanitizers or any types of toilet tissues in something happening in Australia, or any food and manufactured consumer goods is empty shelves because people, when they heard about lockdown, they go into supermarket, they want to grab many things, before the supermarket close. So that they got problem with inventory. And this, another thing is about risk and uncertainties that may disrupt the supply chain operation. And another project currently I completed with supply chain performance. So as you know, business and organization need to measure their performance in terms of financial performance, in terms of operational performance, and then for the last, we call sustainability. That's the topic I want to spend a lot more time about sustainability. Now, I just want to give you, the structure of supply chain in a cereal company, just giving you an idea what supply chain. So if you look at the cereal company like Kellogg or cereal, like Milo cereal company, you can see for upstream, we have a flour processor, we have farmer, we got forest. As you can see upstream supply chain, we got suppliers. You can see different tier, the first tier, second tier, third tiers, right? And then if you look at downstream, so you can see grocery, retail, like supermarket. In Indonesia, you got hypermart, and you got, in Australia, we got Coles and Woolies. And in UK, we got Tesco. In United States, we got Walmart. And we have a final consumers. So supply chain is product and services, movement from upstream to downstream, but also information and planning. Now, I just want to share one more video. Maybe it takes about 1.5 minutes about Coles, the largest supermarket in Australia. So you'll be able to see, what you can learn from Coles supermarket in Australia at this moment. So everybody can hear the sound, hopefully. Okay. Sorry, we got this advertisement. It should be no advertisement, okay? All right, so this is Coles supermarkets. You can see it's working together with a GS1, Australia's success story.
Coles has been part of the Australian retail environment for over 100 years. Starting from a single store, Smith Street in Collingwood in 1914, we now transformed into the nation's #1 supermarket with over 750 supermarkets, 800 liquor stores and 600 convenience stores. With a workforce of over 100,000 nationally, it's quite a big operation, as you can imagine, to move all of these products around the country. We have a distribution centre network of 25 DCs, which we have in every state with the exception of the Northern Territory, which move millions and millions of pallets every year and billions of individual items into store for sales to our customers. As you can imagine, on a business as large as Coles, we rely heavily on our business-to-business or B2B e-commerce. We use this in conjunction with our partners at GS1. We use a whole bunch of their tools, so our trade identification numbers, so all of the barcoding, etc., that you see, not only on the individual items you'll buy at store, but on the master cartons that move through our DCs on pallets, which allow us to efficiently and easily track everything moving through our system. This has real advantages for us at Coles in the fact that it allows us to utilise such things as the electronic data interface, and in particular the advanced shipping notices, ASNs. The real benefit of this is it allows our suppliers to send through to us in advance of all of the shipments they're sending into our DCs, which once the DC are aware of that and is coming in, allows them for fast and efficient receipts into the DC and further put away. With millions and millions of cartons and pallets passing through our network every year, the ability to put these to bed quickly into the DC is really, really key. Another great feature from GS1 is their recall tool. It is a really fast and efficient tool that allows us to send an email through the system directly to all the distribution centres and stores and track where every single item that is under a recall notice is in our network, and it can be pulled as quickly as 30 minutes after we've got notification of a recall or withdrawal notice.
Okay, so we just go back with the slide. So you can see like one example for calls. Due to the time, you'll be able to click that second link video presentation about Woolworths, as that's another largest supermarket in Australia. So as you can see, that video, Coles working very closely with GS1, you know, to introduce a tracking, traceability product to control, to manage the inventory, you know, for the product in a supermarket. Now, I don't want to spend a lot of time about evolution of supply chain. So you can see supply chain was born in 1990s. So pretty much it's the 32 years now. We are in the supply chain industry 4.0. So industry 4.0, since before COVID in early 2015, you can see a lot more robots, drone technology, artificial intelligence, virtual reality, augmented reality, all about technological oriented in supply chain, right? So if you look at the evolution supply chain, so that is the 1990s, right? So before the 30 years before 1990s is a lot more function, is a more fragmentation. So activity fragmentation is independent. Like we have a warehouse, we have a factory, and we have transport, for example. We have packaging. So in 1960 is a lot more independent. But in 1980, it's become more integrated logistics, right? What they call. And then 10 years later, that supply chain management was born. Now, if you look at supply chain definition, the different definition, you know, I guess is similar in terms of the supply chain is a planning, management of all activity involved in sourcing, procurement, conversion. All logistic management activities include coordination with channel partners, which can be suppliers, intermediaries, third-party service providers, and customers, right? Right. Now, we talk about sustainable in supply chain. So I start with the supply chain first, but now I'm just, you know, try to share, you know, I did a lot of many years about the sustainable in the supply chain management. So sustainable supply chain management is not really new. It's about like, you know, more than 10 years or 11 years for that concept, sustainable supply chain. So talking about sustainable, we talk about environmental aspect has integrated together with the traditional supply chain practices, developing into the concept sustainable supply chain, right? In the 2008, 2011. So you can see sustainable, you can see a lot of previous speakers, even in the welcoming session. Sustainability is the notion of environmental, economic, and social, what we call people, place, and profit, right? So as a triple bottom line. So we have sustainability, we have the supply chain in the traditional definition. Now, what is sustainability supply chain? It's the set of managerial practices that involve the flow of information and capitals among organizations along the supply chain, considering economics, environmental, and social requirement in all stages of the chain, including product life cycle. So when I did a lot of literature review, you know, when you do write paper, you know, publishing the top tier journal, you have to do a lot of research, right? Literature review, what the previous studies in the sustainable supply chain. So for the research, there's so many influence factors that which contribute to the adoption of sustainable supply chain, reflected by various sustainable supply chain literature. For example, manager belief, environmental pressure, supply chain economic pressure, market influence, customer influence, community influence, and government pressure. You know, you can see now in Australia or even majority of countries such as UK, European Union countries, they would like to achieve what they call net zero, right? For their transportation by 2050, right? So sustainable development goals, for example, what we call SDG, a lot of countries now working together to ensure that supply chain or businesses, you know, to include environmental aspect, to include that economic and social, as well as, you know, all those factors what I mentioned here. In addition to the technology, collaboration, internal strategy are amongst the most common factors to engage in sustainable supply chain. So, and the next is, everybody knows when you do literature review, right? I'm just giving you very simple systematic literature review. A lot of researchers in this room, you do research in systematic literature review. So when you do research, you need to find a keyword, right? The keyword is sustainable supply chain and big data analytics, for example, and you can find any database such as a business source, Emerald Insight, different type of journal database. So what happened? You use the keyword, collect of literature, know the literature, you comprehend the literature and apply the literature. Make sure you need to analyze that. When you write a paper, you want to publish in the top tier journal, and then you need to evaluate the literature. Then you will have output, which is you got literature review section in your paper. Now, my literature review in a systematic literature review for supply chain sustainability in correlation to big data. You know, big data, you have a large amount of data, inventory, demand, product specification in Kmart, for example. We got so many products in Kmart, different types of configuration, different types of specification, different, you know, price, for example. And you got online, you know, purchasing, for example. You got in-store, you know, at Kmart, for example. Then we call big data, right? Now, the big data with the supply chain sustainability, literature review, the big data analytic in supply chain sustainability is quite new, right? It's pretty much about, you know, like a kindy student or, you know, what we call in Bahasa Indonesia, sekolah TK, isn't it? Masih 5 years old, right? So the result indicated that big data usually use the predictive and prescriptive approaches rather than descriptive approach. To identify the effect of big data and predictive analysis on two aspects of sustainability, including environmental and social aspect, that's the project already completed in early 2019. It's already published there. And then different types of methodology, different types of theories, right? So you can see in this slide, right? Now, this, I don't want to spend a lot of time because of the time, but you'll be able to see that what businesses in Indonesia or in Asian country or maybe other countries around the world, because we are in the new era, what we call post-COVID era, businesses need to look at restructure their supply chain framework, right? They cannot use before or pre-COVID supply chain framework. We are in a new era. You have to restructure, revisit your supply chain framework. Who are your suppliers? Maybe your suppliers no longer. Maybe your transportation company has been changed their business. You know, you have to restructure and then revisit your supply chain framework. Build supply chain localization. Okay. And then you also need to pivot product service to appeal to local market. Introduce supply chain technology, digitalization. It means that we not depend in a human labor. Okay, rely on supply chain relationship. You're working very closely with the suppliers, and you introduce the cost reduction, agility, working together with other local businesses for increased demand and, you know, investing locally, upskilling local staff as well. So just want to wrap up the future research in sustainable supply chain management. Of course, you can do a lot more research in supplier relationship in relation to implement environmental, economic, and social in your supply chain model, right? So how you work together with your suppliers in order to deal with the product can be recycled, reused, and, you know, all the packaging material can be recycled to deal with the environmental impact. What happened with the transport? You can reduce and, you know, introduce alternative fuel, right? As you know, between Russia and Ukraine, there's just, you know, a problem in the past, you know, 7-8 months because the war and the oil prices become so expensive in Australia. So, for example, so we need to think about it in terms of alternative fuel, using hydrogen or using electric vehicle, maybe autonomous vehicle, you know, and different types of alternative fuel. And supply chain, sustainable in terms of procurement, sustainable in terms of cyber security, information security. These days, a lot more technology, but they don't consider cyber security. There might be problems. Now we have sustainable, we have supply chain process. We need to include cyber or information security. And agility supply chain. It means that you need to respond very quickly. Any changes, any uncertainty or risk, what's going on, you know, in the particular business, you need to be agile, lean in order to reduce waste, in order to reduce costs, reduce inventory, you know, and that is a lean thinking in supply chain sustainability. And then we can get married between lean and agile. So that's what we call lean agile. So lean agile is lean plus agile in supply chain sustainability. And finally is a big data analytics sustainable supply chain. So this is the future research in terms of supply chain traditional or practices. I don't want to spend a lot more time because the time is, I'm more than happy taking a lot more questions, right? Feedback. And this is my list of publication related to sustainability, supply chain management, right? Publishing in Q1. So I'm more than happy, you know, please text me, email, or send me WhatsApps, what particular area we can work together for the research. Once again, thank you so much for listening. And I would like to say thank you to the committee, Ilomata, and thank you so much to moderator to, you know, chair this session. And I would like to hand over to moderator. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, dear Associate Professor Feriji. And ladies and gentlemen, we have just heard that he also offered us to collaborate in kind of research and other collaboration. So we can do some collaborations with Associate Professor Feriji later. And also we would like to say thank you very much for the very useful information about sustainability. And also we have just do a little virtual sightseeing in the largest supermarket in Australia. Well, I would like to continue the program by certificate giving. And I would like to invite Ibu Yuli Evita SAMA to give a certificate to Associate Professor Feriji PhD FCAS FCILT. Time is yours.
Okay, Mr. Associate Professor Feriji PhD, I greatly appreciate the presentation you gave. It was really incredibly informative and interesting. Please accept our gratitude by accepting this certificate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ibu Yuli.
Yeah, I hope the second, the third speaker, or maybe the first speaker is still here. We would like to continue the program by questions and answers. We would like to invite participants. If you are going to have questions, please raise your hand and the committee is going to pin your name to give some questions. And don't forget to open your camera when you are going to give questions. Okay, we are waiting for you. And I hope speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3 are still here with us.
Please ask many questions. More than happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're
You have
welcome.
just heard that Professor Veriji is going to answer all the questions from the participants. Dear participants, do you have any questions, please? Raise your hand. And committee, please try to pin someone when they're going to give questions. If you don't want to speak in English, you may also say in Bahasa, no problem.
Yeah, don't worry about Bahasa. I can speak and understand. I can speak more than 4 languages at this
Oh,
moment.
you speak 4 languages. That's great. What languages are there? Well, we are waiting
Mandarin,
for other speakers.
Mandarin, Indonesia, Melayu, French a little bit, Japanese, as well as English, of course.
See, that's great. Okay, dear participants, is there any questions? Novila Sari. Okay, would you please open your camera? Okay, please approved. Yeah. Please approved, Novila Sari.
I think I can see the question from the Q&A.
Novila Sari, would you please
Yeah.
approve? And Novila Sari, it's time for you to give questions, please. Novila Sari, hello?
I think I can understand the question, maybe just to save the time. So I think Budno Filasari asking about what's happening if the companies, the incomes declining and maybe bankrupt, and what is the best solution for the business owners, in the post-COVID. They're trying to continue their businesses. So this is very good question, Ibu Nofilasari. I think what I can see that as you can see, according to WHO, more than 221 countries, because the global pandemic, with the COVID-19, with the different strain. So for the business owners, in order to continue their business now, what they can do, I suggest is, one is about C, which is collaboration. And number 2 is finding opportunities. What particular opportunity can be done in the short term to medium and longer term to make sure the business, can keep running now, right? So number 2 is finding a good opportunity after collaboration. And number 3, when you start that business again, you really need to see finding good suppliers or finding good supply chain or trading partners, and you can work together, to promote your business. And again, if you're thinking about the marketing or sales, you need to promote your sales and marketing, right? So you have to think about innovation, of course, the product. So these days, a lot more after COVID-19, according to research, is a more than 37%. A lot of businesses moving from in-store now to online. So that's why we got, that you got Tokopedia, you got so many Amazon, all the eBay, all those stuff, right? Now, for online, we have to be careful with online shopping, e-marketplace. They have to update their product. They have to improve in terms of their delivery. They have to think about their global price competitiveness. For example, so many online e-marketplace at this moment, everywhere, right? In China, Indonesia, even Indonesia, so many, right? So you have to think about product innovation. You have to work together with your transport company. You don't want to make sure the customer upset because the purchase online, they receive the product is damaged, they receive product is broken, they receive product is late, they receive product not in a good condition, they receive product maybe it's not in a perfect order. I order 10 and you give me 8. So it means that you got 2 short that product, what we call, you got back order, right? So it means that you got problem with inventory, right? So you have to make sure, fix all the problem. If you got problem inventory, fix immediately. If you got problem in terms of maintaining good relationship with your customer, fix immediately, right? So all those things, what we call, we need to implement continuous improvement, which means that Kaizen, which means that TQM is still there. You can't simply ignore if you have a lot of problems in your business. If the customer run away from you, that is bad luck. It means that it's no opportunity. So that means it's a bad reputation. It's really not good. So you have to increase sales. You have to gain the cash flow, right, for the business. Otherwise, everything is just can move on smoothly. Okay, that's actually I reckon. So it's a very good question. So it will take me a lot more time to answer that question. Maybe it takes half an hour if I go through different scenario, right? So wonderful. Thank you, Novila. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. And there will be more questions, I think, and you can see chat column. There are 2 questions. Yeah. Would you please, Dr.
Okay.
Ferry, to read the questions?
Okay, so Asnawawati Zebua, perkenalkan saya Manajemen Communication, bertanya narasumber pertama. Okay, so narasumber pertama di era inflasi. So I think that one is speaker. Maybe I can answer which one is relevant to me first. Which one of the priority between production and sales demand due to every department have a target as well? So the question from Pa Ali Azhar, M. Ali Azhar, well, it's very hard to say that which one you want to, focus. To me, it's just like chicken and eggs, right? So production, sales. The only problem without production, what are you going to do with your sales, right? So to me, if you look at downstream in supply chain, you need to understand for the demand, right? You need to understand the customer characteristic. You need to understand who are your customers. You need to understand their demands, and then from there, you can produce what customer want. You with me? Then you need to look at the first angle in the downstream supply chain. Now, if you are as a factory manager or you have your own business as a production, to produce. But again, you don't want to produce as much as you can. The only problem, if the demand is very low, right, you end up so much inventory in the production run. So you have to manage in the production. This is something you have to have a clear information, communication with the downstream supply chain to ensure you produce what is the customer want, to produce what the demands there. So you're not just in time philosophy, just in case. Just in time, just in case is totally different because a lot of people, JIT, JIC, and then now Nike said that just do it, right? It's totally different. Just in time, whatever you want to do, you produce. This is customer want. I want to make sure it's a zero inventory. It's a good business, right? So, but the thing is you have to make sure you have a very good capability in terms of production or manufacturing or supply chain capability in the factory. Because if you produce what the customer wants, but you don't have a good capability, and you're going to be struggling in terms of the machinery, in terms of the supplier or raw materials, you can't get what you want. And that's a problem, right? And then the customer waiting. Okay, come on, where is my product? I need to get this product right now, but why you give me to me next week? It's late already 7 days, for example. Okay. Now, the next question is from Azara Nevila. Perusahaan untuk menentukan strategi yang tepat dalam supply chain di era pemulihan setelah pandemi ini. So, I think this question is similar like before. In terms of strategy, ini kita bicara mengenai strategi. Strategi itu jangka panjang, ya. Kalau kita bicara mengenai operation atau management, ada jangka pendek, jangka menengah, dan jangka panjang. Yes. So, strategy is jangka panjang. It means that to me, it's a post-COVID, don't think about it about strategy. Jangka panjang, waste your time. You have to think about it. Jangka pendek is a short to medium term. What the definition short to medium term? You have to think about it 6 to 12 months now. If you think too much about strategy, which is until 2025, you're going to be miss the train. Why? Other company can do a lot more better in the short term, but your company thinking far away in the 2025, 2026, you really miss the train from right now, and all the opportunity will be taken by the other competitors. You with me? So I suggest thinking about short to medium term. Short to medium term, please revisit your supply chain structure. Please introduce a lot more collaboration. To me, the key important thing is for Indonesia, you have to have innovative thinking, innovative in terms of your business, good opportunities, right? So, for example, you have to find how do we know that opportunities? Well, these days, so many technology. You can do internet, you can find out any webinar, you can find out what is the great opportunities for the product out there. I'm sure Indonesia doing fantastic, you know, in terms of product innovation. When I visit Indonesia, it's amazing. Good resources, a very good, hardworking people in Indonesia. I'm so glad with the government there. Because what happened, Indonesia, I can see, other countries tidak kalah dengan Indonesia, right? Indonesia, very good resources, manpower, innovative thinking in terms of product. It's amazing. Other countries maybe bisa nyontek dengan Indonesia. Be careful. Mereka bisa nyontek, tiba-tiba datang ke Indonesia, meniru apa yang dikerjakan di Indonesia, dan diterapkan di negara mereka. Dan bisa nanti mereka bisa ambil intellectual property-nya. It is not good. So Indonesia need to fix that immediately, right? Patent, IP. You do not want anything that has been, you know, the other country can take away from what you have, right? It is not good, okay? So the next is after, it's exacting now. So, so many questions now I can see. Oh, artificial intelligence, big data.
Excuse me?
Well, yeah.
Excuse me? Actually, there are still so many questions, but
Yeah.
I'm afraid the time is not enough.
Yeah, I know.
Before we continue for the next program, maybe
Sure.
second speaker, Pak Pandoyo, is going to add some more information.
Terima kasih Ibu Moderator. Karena pesertanya sebagian besar orang Republik, akan saya jawab secara bahasa Indonesia pengantar saya. Pertama, yang ditanyakan oleh Saudara Asnawati Zebua, mahasiswa komunikasi Situs Tiami, dia menanyakan di era inflasi. Saudara-saudara sekalian, sebelum menjawab pada substansinya, inflasi itu apa? Inflasi itu merupakan kenaikan harga yang terus-menerus dalam periode tertentu, dalam teori makroekonomi itu 3 bulan sampai 6 bulan, disebabkan adanya ketidakseimbangan supply dan demand. Ya, supply dan demand. Akhirnya apa? Kalau dalam teori ekonomi, kalau D lebih besar dari supply, apa yang akan terjadi? Harga akan naik, P akan naik. Bagaimana cara mengatasinya? Ada produksi. pertanyaannya, bagaimana bisa meningkatkan produksi? Padahal harga barang-barang itu akan mahal dan tentunya raw material juga akan naik. Maka bagaimana kita mengatasi inflasi itu ada beberapa pendekatan. Pertama, meningkatkan supply-nya, yaitu meningkatkan produksi. Tentunya yang perlu dipacu adalah dari harga pangan yang bisa dihasilkan oleh dalam negeri. Ya, dalam negeri. Yang kedua, tentunya faktor penyebab lain inflasi. Itu juga ada disebabkan jumlah uang yang beredar lebih banyak daripada kebutuhan. Jadi ada rumusnya MT sama dengan VT. Money of circulation itu disebabkan dengan harga, dengan turnover daripada produk itu. Nah, di sini semakin meningkat pangan katanya. Betul. Bagaimana meningkatkan pangan? Tentunya peran dari Kementerian Pertanian, bagaimana meningkatkan produksi pangan. Apakah itu padi, apakah itu kedelai, jagung, dan lain-lainnya. Maka dari situ, pelan-pelan akan meningkatkan supply dan bisa mengendalikan inflasi. Tapi tidak terlalu tidak terlalu cepat. Tapi meningkatkan supply itu bisa dari sektor pabrikan atau sektor produksi. Jadi produk-produk mana yang dihasilkan oleh perusahaan itu bisa meningkatkan supply sesuai dengan kebutuhan pasar, ya, dengan kebutuhan pasar. Dan juga kebijakan pemerintah jangan menaikkan tingkat suku bunga yang besar. Suku bunga yang besar akibatnya apa? Harga pokok produksi, ya, harga pokok produksi juga akan makin meningkat. Ya, makin meningkat. Karena tentunya para pengusaha atau pelaku usaha, dia tentunya dalam menghitung harga pokok produksi dari raw materialnya, cost production-nya atau direct labor atau overhead cost-nya akan menjadi komponen harga pokok. Maka harusnya kebijakan dari pemerintah tingkat suku bunga atau BI rate-nya tidak lebih dari 5% harusnya gitu. Kalau dilihat dari APBN, rencana APBN 2003, bahwa BI rate di atas 5% itu akan memberikan dampak pada inflasi juga. Nah, tentunya bagaimana antara sektor moneter dan sektor fiskal itu bisa bersinergi. Jadi kalau demikian nanti pelan-pelan inflasi akan ini. Nah, di dalam asumsi makroekonomi kita, ya, asumsi makroekonomi kita itu diasumsinya di bawah 5%. Pada faktanya tidak seperti itu. Mungkin tahun 2023 nanti tingkat inflasi tidak seperti itu. Nah, faktor-faktor inflasi ini akan, kalau dalam teori pertumbuhan ekonomi itu merupakan penyakit ekonomi. Bagaimana mengatasinya dan bagaimana memperbaiki, bisa meningkatkan supply, BI rate-nya jangan ini, suku bunga pinjaman bisa di atas 10% atau 2 digit, nah itu yang harus kita ini. Kalau itu bisa dikendalikan, tentunya akan pelan-pelan akan turun inflasi itu. Alhamdulillah Republik Indonesia tingkat inflasinya belum lebih dari 5% menurut data BPS. Tapi tolong dikoreksi. Sedang Turki hampir 70%, negara-negara lebih dari itu. Nah, mudah-mudahan para pemangku kebijakan bagaimana meningkatkan produksi baik itu sektor pertanian maupun sektor-sektor lain. Tadi dari pembicara kita dari Australia tadi, bagaimana mendekatkan antara supply dan demand ini. Tadi di manajemen chain-nya gimana? Kalau itu bisa dilakukan dengan intensif, bisa cost production, delivery produknya itu bisa dikurangi, mungkin harus sejalan dan lain-lainnya, itu juga akan bisa menekan inflasi. Nah, tentunya tidak semudah itu. Tentunya dalam teori itu adalah bagaimana meningkatkan supply dan bagaimana ini demand-nya bisa dikendalikan. Nah, sebenarnya dalam pertumbuhan ekonomi itu, demand itu adalah dirumuskan dalam C, consumption. Kalau konsumsi itu daya beli masyarakat naik, akan meningkatkan pertumbuhan ekonomi sebenarnya. Tapi bagaimana pertumbuhan ekonomi yang terkendali, yaitu harus bisa meningkatkan korelasi antara supply dan demand tadi. Di lain itu tentunya pemerintah juga mengendalikan inflasi ini dalam perekonomian, tentunya dengan budget atau expenditure budget itu mana yang untuk belanja modal, mana yang untuk belanja masyarakatnya. Itu mungkin yang kaitannya dengan inflasi.
Ya, terima kasih Pak Pandoyo dan terima kasih juga Ferry. Yeah, everybody is surprised that you speak Indonesian. Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your questions. And actually, there are many questions, but because of the time, we cannot continue the question and answer session. Again, I would like to say thank you very much to all presenters for the first sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give applause to all speakers. Okay, thank you very much. And the next program is door prize. Before we continue for the fourth speaker, there will be door prize for you, the participants, and there will be 5 earphones for you. Okay, the way to play the door prize is by playing something. We are going to do spin quilt. Okay, let's see. 3, 2, 1, spin. Okay, Patricia Miranda. Okay, Patricia Miranda, you can also chat to the committee, yeah? Okay, number 2. 3, 2, 1, spin. Okay, Dr. Pandoyo, SAMM. Woo! You got something. Okay. Congratulations. Okay. Oh, no? Okay, we're going to continue for the third spin. 3, 2, 1, spin. Merliana Andaresta. Congratulations, Merliana Andaresta, and chat to the committee. And we still have another one. 3, 2, 1, spin. Billy Yovani. Okay, congratulations, Billy Yovani. You can chat to the committee. One more. The last one. 3, 2, 1, spin. Yeah. Ida Ayu Gede Marsha Aurelia. Congratulations. And please try to chat with the committee. Yeah. So congratulations for 5 participants. You got earphones. And there will be more prizes after the last session later. So don't go anywhere. You are going to go or you are going to get another prizes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our conference. And the next speaker is Professor Dr. Multmiroslo Matija, USA. Before I invite him, let me read his brief CV. Professor Dr. Multmiroslo Matija, USA is a historian, economist, political scientist, and he is the founder and director of Miroslo Matija Academia for Democracy, that you can click on https://www.mmafd.org.id. He is also a researcher of the Second Police Division, interned in Switzerland in 1940 to 1945. Author of numerous publications on this subject, history. He is also a creator of the theory of impact of lobbying on the decision-making process in the European Union or economic science. He is also a researcher of the political system in the world, particularly direct democracy. Author and co-author of 24 monographs and about 400 scientific articles. And he's also author of bestseller book, Utopia or Chance, Direct Democracy in Switzerland, Poland, and other countries. He is a professor at the following universities: Institut Stiami Indonesia, Salinus University in Bologna, Italy, Indian Management School and Research Center in Mumbai, India, Logos International University, USA, and University of Business and Law in Ukraine. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Dr. Miroslo Matija.
Very important international conference. Ladies and gentlemen, if the modern world ever needed economic recovery, it is now, today. After more than 2 years of devastating pandemic and the global economic shockwaves triggered by the return of war to Europe, I mean the war in the Ukraine, of course, the growth prospects of the world's economy have become uncertain once again. We know that many of the world's supply chains are disrupted. While a lot of repair work was underway, war, sanctions, and the new round of pandemic lockdowns in China, but not only in China, have delivered more setbacks. The result is much more than the inconvenience of longer waiting times for a new car, for example, or home appliance. No, we are facing the genuine prospect that the economic setback will continue to have the most impact of the most societies in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the development is especially disappointed given that trade and business optimism had grown around the world as economies were showing resilience in the face of the pandemic. The public leaders and the leaders of private sectors and entities must urgently work together to safeguard trade, to protect the global economy and the world's poorest. This starts with fixing the systemic issues that continue to affect the world's fragile supply chains. The good news, we are also the good news. The good news is that we already have many of the solutions and tools required to make supply chains more resilient. We can put this into action provided the public and private sectors work closely together. Ladies and gentlemen, a belief that democracy is bad for economic growth is common in both academic political economy as well as the popular press, the media. One-party non-democracy certainly has its drawbacks, but know the future. Know the future. There are several challenges in estimating the impact of democracy on growth. For the first, existing democracy indices are typically subject to considerably measures error, leading to spurious changes in the democracy score of a country, even though its democratic institutions do not truly change. And the second, democratizations are preceded by a temporary fall in GDP. A reliable estimate of the impact of democracy on future GDP therefore needs to model and estimate the dynamic of the GDP process. And finally, even with year and country fixed effects, changes in democracy may be correlated with other changes or respond to current or future economic conditions. I would say that democracy as well as non-democracy should not be justified on the ground of economic development. No, we prefer democracy to non-democracy in that democracy is the only feasible form of government that ensures as basic freedom and on the one side and on the other side equality and rights and of course opportunities, and this freedom and equality have their own rights. They are ends in themselves, and we do not need to introduce utilitarian considerations to justify democracy. Ladies and gentlemen, so democracy is desirable not because it can bring about economic development and let everyone better off, which, as we have seen, does not have much distinction between democracy and no democracy. If we believe that economic development should justify democracy, that we have to also concede that it should also justify any kind of regime, provided that it also generates economic growth and makes everybody better off. Actually, the instrumental justification had also been used by non-democratic regimes in legitimizing themselves. A prominent example are the former communist countries. When the Stalinist rulers realized that they could no longer legitimize their regimes by the claim to represent the true preferences of the people, they turned to economic and political performance as the new justification for their rule. However, when they failed to live up to people's expectations and encouraged systemic crisis, the regimes collapsed. I want to say, ladies and gentlemen, that some studies of the relationship between democracy and economic development may have overemphasized the distinction between democracy and non-democracy, and the economic development can and should justify neither democracy or non-democracy. I also suggest that future studies may focus on other characters of the regime than democracy versus non-democracy. Only the relationship between democracy and non-democracy is too simple. If we may ventures to make policy prescriptions, I would support the efforts to ensure economic freedom to promote the development of competitive capitalism and to enhance individual freedom and, of course, equality. However, I would rather not support such efforts to export democracy to developing countries, or such passive attitudes as to wait and see economic development to automatically bring about democracy. We know the experiences of USA in Libya, Iraq, Afghanistan, etc. And we know the export of democracy is very simple, but it doesn't function. That is true. Ladies and gentlemen, dictatorship will often be optimal for very poor countries. Such countries tend not only to have simple economies, but also to lack the cultural and institutional preconditions to democracy. Is it true? Is there any evidence that democracy is only good for already developed economy? The answer is no. It's really no. We do find the democratizations are associated with larger increases in GDP per capita in countries with higher levels of secondary schooling. There is no evidence that democracy is bad for economic growth in low-income economies or even in economies with low levels of schooling. So why does democracy increase growth? When you think which components of democracy matter the most for growth, I found that civil liberties are what seem to be the most important. I also find positive effects of democracy on economic reforms. That is very important. Private investment, the size and capacity of government, and a reduction in social conflict. Clearly, of all these are channels by which democracy can increase economic growth, and a great deal of a further research is really needed. But ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget the modern direct democracy, not only simple democracy, but direct democracy is a participation system that gives citizens, voters, the right to exercise their democratic power and election time, and it's very important, and also between elections by making choices on important political issues in decision-making process, I mean. That is important for the future because the direct participation of citizens in the decision-making process guarantees better economic development. I am really sure that direct democracy is a future for the societies in the world. Direct democracy, we know this model of democracy. The very good example is Switzerland. So we can speak on the one side about the democracy, parliamentary democracy, but on the other side, we have a chance for us. I mean the direct democracy, the direct participation of the citizens. And that is really the chance for the future, for the world, for the societies. Please don't forget it. I thank you very, very much for the attention. See you next time. Sampai lain waktu. Selamat tinggal.
Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Mulmiroslo Matija. The next is about certificate giving. And we would like to invite Bapak Samsudin Essos MSI to give certificate.
Professor Dr. Mulmiroslo Matija, I greatly appreciate the presentation you gave. It was really incredibly informative and interesting. Please accept honor created by accepting this award certificate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue the session of this conference, and the next speaker is Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer. Before I invite him, let me read his brief CV. Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer is the Netherlands, has studied tax law at the University of Leiden and worked as tax inspector for the Dutch Tax and Custom Administration, where he later was also in charge of the Planning and Control Department and later served as a member of the management team of the Fiscal Intelligence and Investigation Division, or FIOD. In this period, he was also responsible for the merger with the Economic Surveillance Agency. Since 2000, he works for the International Bureau of Fiscal Documentation, or IBFD, and currently as a Director Tax Service and member of the Executive Board. He is also Professor of Tax Policy at the Utrecht School of Economics, and he published several books of the Dutch tax system and organization, performance management, internal auditing, and recently a handbook on tax administration that is translated in several different languages. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome the distinguished Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer.
Good morning. Oh, sorry.
Goedemorgen.
Goedemorgen. Selamat pagi.
Okay.
For me, it is still selamat malam. But yes.
It's malam there, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So sorry to disturb your night. Well,
no.
Without further ado, we would like to invite you to give a presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you. And I've also heard that someone of your team will help me with the slides. And maybe you can pop them up and that makes it easier. My topic for today is also related to the topic of sustainable recovery, is also the very important aspect of tax transparency and also how taxation is related to the ESG goals. And I will guide you through it, and I will also explain certain developments. Next slide, please. Now, we are aware, of course, that we are surrounded by a collection of many goals, the important sustainability development goals. The United Nations is using 17 of them. And we see that coming back, popping up in almost every day in more projects by international public institutions. Next slide, please. And you see it, and that is not, of course, from the last 2 years. It is a steady trend that maybe started 15 years ago, that transparency, disclosure, good governance, corporate social responsibility, sustainability are interlinked. And the nice things for me, it is always from, is it nice to have or need to have? But all these kind of sustainability goals, corporate social responsibilities, stayed also in life or survived or even became better in a period of crisis. Normally you would always think, hey, that is maybe fashionable, that is maybe nice, and it disappears when there is a nice crisis popping up. That is not the case, and I will give you later some more examples. And we see that these ESG goals are playing a part of many corporates. I myself also a member of a corporate board where CEOs and CFOs coming together, and it becomes more and more a leading theme. Maybe next slide, because otherwise I can talk for ages per slide. Here you see, of course, the ESG goals about environment, social, and governance. And I think when I made a nice red arrow, maybe you can do that, click through, and then you see that disclosure and transparency at the right side is, of course, in the middle, very much linked to taxation. And that is really the game changer, because we are now in a world with the famous OECD, BEPS, the base erosion and profit shifting guidelines, also followed by the pillar 1 and 2. That is, of course, related, call it as a kind of alternative minimum taxation in the world. That will be a very difficult process. But I think finally we are heading to that. Maybe the European Union will take the lead in it. Sometimes it will go slow, but at the same time, we see also this transparency playing a much more important role. Next slide, please. Yes, here's my red arrow. And then other slide. Yes, I think just click a few things too. For me, that is just we have, of course, business risks, of course, about legal risk, litigation exposure, that kind of things, resource of insecurity, you can read it. And that is a very important thing when companies, and when I speak to CFOs and CSOs, they take these sustainable goals as really as part of their bread and butter, because they see when they are not facing, of course, this kind of goals and this tax transparency, that the community around them, that is including their own workers, their own consumers, see that as a reputation risk. And that has, of course, an impact on damage brand value. But we see, and sometimes I see it closer also in my country, in the Netherlands. The Netherlands is famous that we have very rich pension funds. Compared also with other European countries, that the pension funds are really wealthy and are major investors also on the American stock exchange. They take this kind of ESG goals much more in account for their investments in other companies. When they buy their shares, this kind of goals are related, and tax transparency is taking much more a part of it. Next slide, please. Now I'm coming more to the part of taxation. That's, of course, my background. And then you see a trend moving from a mandatory disclosure. Mandatory disclosure is everything but the government, the tax administration is asking. And the audience that, of course, colleagues and friends from DGP, the Director General of Pajak, among us, and they have, of course, the force of the law behind them in mandatory disclosure. But we see a trend, and of course, it depends per country. I know, of course, I'm quite familiar, I think, what in Indonesia is going, but you see in countries, and especially at this moment in Europe, that this voluntary disclosure is becoming much more now even important, because it is a kind of stakeholder approach. It is also a benchmark among corporates to show how transparent they are. Now, that is, of course, a process of winners and losers, or front runners and people who are more backwards, but the trend is clear. And in a few slides, I will give you some evidence about it. Next slide, please. Now, just now some theory, and it's always nice that in a theory, then when we look at a company, we always talk about the effective tax rate reconciliation, and that means what they really pay out of their profit. Now, in the International Accounting Standards, there's a nice formula for it that makes total tax expense and divided by profit before tax, and then you get a nice ETR. And you see this ETR is popping up all the time, also in this tax transparency discussion. And of course, this ETR is a relationship between tax expensing and accounting profit, and but there are significant factors that could affect this relationship. And next slide, I want to show that you can manipulate this ETR discussion, because an ETR is only nice when there are in this model. It is only if it is a stable underlying mix of income of all reporting entities in a certain period. And what is important in this ETR discussion, that companies are clarifying changes per year. And due to a different mix of profits and a different mix of loss-making entities, you can play around with it. And I have an example for it. Next slide, and then you see some just a company investing, of course, in different countries, profit before tax, and then you see that is equal in every country. Call it 20,000. Then you see the statutory tax rate. In some countries, in Australia, it is 30%. In the Emirates, it is 0%. And then you see nicely what that means for tax. That is a clear picture, and then you can see very simple calculation that this company, this entity, is paying 20.5% of tax, and that is a nice ETR discussion. Next click, please, because then we see the second table. But if you change, of course, the income per country, and that is with profit shifting, with holding structures, you can do that. That in every country, suddenly the profit before tax is 45,000, but you create an enormous loss in Australia of minus 80, and then you see immediately the impact on the taxes paid. And then finally, you see with the same profit of 100,000, the ETR in this company is 8.6. And that was, of course, happening all these years. Dus ETR is a nice thing about transparency, but you can see you can play around with it, even in this very simple picture. Dus the whole, I think, force at this moment by the OECD to create a sort of worldwide alternative minimum taxation, what was all for many years also my recommendation for Indonesia. That is a very important trend. We don't know what exactly will happen. The United States, the Biden administration is very important about it. Will this president keep his majority? That is very important for this whole Pillar 2 discussion in the OECD. But otherwise, you can count on it that the European Union will take otherwise the lead. And then you can think, hey, what is the European Union doing? Is that so important when we are in Indonesia? Yes, it is important, because we have seen also that the European Union has also in trade and industry set their norms worldwide, because also companies in the United States or Canada or Brazil, they think when we are compliant to EU rules, then automatically we are also compliant to all other countries, because it is the highest standard. So there you see also in the industry that EU standards are rolling out to the world. Maybe military spoken, it is not always so strong, and we need the United States to support us. But in trade and industry, it is the ruling factor. And that will happen with taxation as well. Next slide. Now, you see in this moment that there is also, when we talk about transparency, this need for country-by-country reporting. And is exactly related to my last picture, that we see worldwide what companies, multinationals are doing per jurisdiction. And then you get, of course, a more balanced view about this ETR discussion. But we see as well that there is a trend to see from, hey, how many workers you have in a country, what is the relation between workers and this number of employees and profit. When you create huge profits in so-called tax havens, and in every part of the world we will find these tax havens, and when there is no substance there, there's no visibility, no production, no management, it is just an empty shell. Thanks to this country-by-country reporting, this will fall out. So I think in this whole discussion about transparency, that the typical tax havens will pay a price for it, and we will fall out of this whole structure. I'm not saying that will be the case for financial centers like Singapore, for instance, because in a financial center you can still create a sustainable added value. There's probably they will even profit from this whole exercise. Now, and you see that we go to a thing like formulary apportionment, and that is more that there will be a relationship between productivity, existence, substance, and profit. And again, that is a trend. You never know how fast it will go, but when we will go in 10 years' time and we will look back, then we will really see that major steps will be taken in this part. Even when there will be opposition, there will be hiccups, but the trend is clear. Next slide, please. Now I will say something about tax transparency. I'm myself member of the Tax Transparency Award in the Netherlands, and that is a voluntary basis that companies present to us their annual statements, their annual reports, and with a group of people, including students, we set up a benchmark based on voluntary disclosure. Next slide, please. And in a couple of years, we started in 2015. Yes, just to click through that we have all this information, that we created 6 good tax governance principles. And that means about the principles are a define and communicate and clear strategy. That means that you are communicating actively to your stakeholders, to your workers, what is your tax policy. And communication is of course always key, because then you spread your message, and then you really mean, and is it just empty words, or it has also a meaning in your management style in your organization. The second thing we discuss is, of course, and beneath all these principles, there are a lot of questions. Tax must be aligned with the business and is not a profit center by itself. Very clear is this one, exactly related to what I said before. A tax is not a kind of shop you're shopping around, and therefore you create, of course, even structures or companies or holdings to avoid taxation. No, it has to be aligned. When a company is investing in Indonesia because you have a very good labor market and a huge consumer market, and you set up something there, then you have, of course, also to pay your taxes in Indonesia. Especially for Indonesia, I think that is a very important way to go, because Indonesia has to expand its tax base, but it's another discussion. Now, of course, you have to respect the spirit of the law. Don't be too smart to find all the loopholes. Compliant behavior is important. Now, then, of course, to know and manage your tax risk. That means, are you in control? And now I'm missing my own slide. Then you think, but also other criteria is important. Can you also, we call that the tax assurance. Can you assure that you are in control. You can say that you're in control, but assurance means we, as third parties, can be tax advisory, that you have set up a system, call it the tax control framework, that you master your risk, that you master your strategy, that you are compliant, and that everything is in sync. I see now that my slides are gone, and but what I've done in this slide is a lot of information, is that you see in a couple of years' time that in every area a huge improvement were made. And that is dus an exercise based on voluntary disclosure, not force. We are just a small group of people. But you see that comparative analysis, call it benchmarking, is very important. Corporates looking to each other. Corporates are always afraid that they're the only front runner, because then they will pay a high price in the market because they are the only one who pay the additional cost, and the other ones are the fellow travelers just to look over the shoulder of someone else and not being actively involved. Now, we see, and there you see this percentage in just 3 years' time, and when you compare this to 2015, it is even much more, that this transparency, it is not to get this award. Award is nice, it's got a nice publication, that is very important, is reputation. Again, it is about media exposure, so it is very important, but it is more that they look at each other and that you see that companies are really investing in their tax departments, not only to have smart guys to avoid taxations, but more people to report about, call it their fiscal footprint. Now, I think for people who can read the slides later, you can see all kind of things, but and really in a major impact in, call it, in this society. Next slide, please. Now, and dus you can say, is such a voluntary disclosure effective? And now here I give some results that you see by my second bullet point, because these are all the companies listed at the stock exchange in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam. And then you see also the companies who were lacking behind, who were, we call that in the second bullet points, below a low score of only 10 points. Even that is dropping. Dus companies are, how you say, train each other. And such an initiative you have to see, or things fits in a society. I'm aware in Indonesia that will be more difficult. Because you have also still to strengthen the state, you have to strengthen the Director General of Taxation. But again, we see also evidence that countries in Asia like Korea and Singapore are looking in this matter. Next slide, please, because otherwise I'm using too much of your time. And I know in eternity there's a lot of time available, but in our time, in our life, less. Now, and here I mentioned such a few companies who always were the belonging to the top 3. There's also famous companies like Shell, Unilever, telephone companies like KPN, many companies in the financial sector. And then you see that the compliance rate is moved up to more than 50% in a couple of years, and that is a major achievement. Next slide, please. Yes, this is a very important one, I think, for students and also for tax advisory. When we look to transparency, then I see that especially tax authorities asking sometimes questions what are not needed. In this slide, I show you in the middle, we have the business process. Around a company, especially international operating companies, you have always an internal control mechanism. Then you have, of course, also internal audit, external audit, and then you have your tax audit. But tax audit has to take care of all these sources of information. Don't ask for information what is available. And in all these blue balloons, then you see all kind of reporting that multinationals has to comply to. And can that be country by country reporting? Is that COSO? In the United States is the SOX audit. This is sometimes available. There are many sources of reporting, many sources of data, and you can ask for it. Sometimes it is even when you are a little bit smart, you can find it on the internet. We have also to be careful with corporates that we're not asking the same question all over again when data and information is available. Corporates, of course not all the one, especially international corporates, wants to cooperate with tax authorities, also for one reason for themselves, to reduce compliance cost. Because taxation is very expensive. And I hear a kind of music that is almost like a pistol on my head from now you have to stop. But this information is, of course, available. Use it and reduce also compliance costs, because that is also the trend. Compliance cost means also to lower administrative costs, because with all this complexity to pay taxation or taxes is high. I think I have one slide left. Yes, or two, just very fast. I think next slide, please. And then I will continue my next slide. But if it, for time reasons, is, yes, that is also important for communication. I see that among the audience is a good friend who is an expert in communication, that the traditional triangle between tax inspector, tax advisor, tax director is of course still existing. I mean the CFO, but you see also another triangle appearing, especially in taxation. That is of course the political arena, the media, but also towards multinationals, the NGOs playing a role. Dus that is a dimension next to the last classic one as how we all trained in. I think I'm come almost to my next slide. Oh yes, and there's one. My last slide is that you see experiments in countries. Do we have to get a kind of tax code now? And that's this kind of tax code is not surprisingly some countries it is already starts to exist. Also in Scandinavian countries, most of the time, and not reading my slides, is that you see this kind of criteria popping up, and the most important thing is the second bullet point again. Tax must be aligned with the business and is not a profit center by itself. A lot of work to do, also with my friends in Indonesia, especially at the Director General of Taxation, and we're looking forward to work with you. Thank you very much, and when there are any questions, I'm more than welcome to answer them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your great presentations for today's on the international conference. And we are also happy because you are looking forward to collaborate with us, with all participants. So, dear ladies and gentlemen and participants, Mr. Victor is also waiting for us to collaborate with him. Well, the next program is certificate giving, and we would like to invite Rector of Institut Setiami, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latundreng, MM. Time is yours. Unmute, please. Committee.
Once again, thank you very much, Professor Van Kommer from Dutch. Maybe good evening there, but here good morning. Mr. Professor Dr. Van Kommer, as extraordinary lecturer Institut Setiami, thank you very much for your sharing today. Please receive this certificate from International Conference Committee in Institut Setiami. Thank you very much once again, Mr. Professor. See you in Indonesia today. Next time.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latuntreng and also Professor Dr. Victor Van Kommer for award certificate giving. And also, dear Professor Dr. Victor Van Kommer, there is greetings from us and also greeting from our Dean, Dr. Novi Anita Rulandari. And hopefully you can come here again to visit us again, to come to campus again next time when you visit Indonesia. That's our hope. And everybody say yes. Okay. And I hope you're still with us here because after the next speaker, there will be question and answer sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our program. And the next speaker is Professor Agnes Postorino, PhD. Before I invite her, let me read her brief CV. Professor Agnes Postorino, PhD. Over 10 years of communication, social sciences, research, analytical skill, writing and presenting. PhD in sociology and psychology. Experience with international organizations, academia, and private sectors. Fluent in English, French, Spanish, and Italian. Her education, PhD in Sociology, Sorbonne University, Paris, Italy, 2018. PhD in Social Psychology and Communication, Sapienza University, Rome, Italy, 2017. Master in Sociology, Research, EHESS, Paris, France, 2012. Master in TV, Cinema Multimedia Production, IULM, Milan, Italy, 2010. And from September until now, Professor of Social Psychology and Sociology, ISCOM, Paris, France. February 2022 until now, RCCE, WHO, Regional Office for Europe, Copenhagen, Denmark. December 2021, writer, editor of WHO, Regional Office for Europe, Copenhagen, Denmark. From November 2020 until now, member of the Education and Cannot Wait External Review Panel P4, UNICEF, New York, and other work experience since 2012. She's also an invited lecturer and speaker for an international meeting in many different places. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Agnes Postorino, PhD. Hi, bonjour.
Bonjour, good morning.
Good morning. Tu parles français, hein?
Oui, merci beaucoup.
Je parle un peu français, mais c'est très difficile pour moi de parler le français.
Ah oui, parfait. Oh, we can speak English if you prefer.
Okay, yeah. Without further ado, it's time for you to give a presentation and time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. So I decided to share with you some recent results about digital solutions to health risks raised by COVID-19 infodemic, which has been like my latest publication with the WHO, the Regional Office for Europe, on the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic and the consequences that are related to infodemic and possible solutions to what has been happening during the COVID-19 infodemic. Next, please. So the idea of infodemic has been like launched by the first by the director of WHO and the UN Secretary General, and they were like, it was related to the pandemic due to the fact that in the attempt to respond to this public health emergency, one of the main challenges observed has been the spread of misinformation and disinformation, especially on digital platforms, but also in physical environments. This had a strong impact in disease outbreak, and has been observed as something that can have an impact also on other kind of outbreaks. This kind of phenomenon is already related to some forms of like the way the digital landscape has been regulated and self-regulated until now. And the issue has been raised in particular with regard with COVID-19. One of the main phenomena that the infodemic was like having as a consequence was the lack of trust toward the health authorities, scientific communities, and mass media, in particular with regard to the information that was shared. And as a consequence, people were like feeling uncertainty, worry, and fear with regard to possible like treatments and ways to approach the health system. Next. So what has been observed has been the presence of increased health risks and also of harmful behavior in the population due to the fact that there was this information on the web, but also in communities that was false and misleading. So one of the priorities of the health system, but also the health authorities and also international organizations active in the response was to let this to reply to this misinformation, to remove this misinformation, to take action, political actions and decisions to reduce the impact, the negative impact of this kind of information. And of course, this is related to also, I mean, the importance of responding to infodemic risks, and therefore to the pandemic, is strictly related to the consequences in terms of socioeconomic livelihoods that the pandemic has had on population. In particular, we see that the pandemic has had an impact on the socioeconomic sides, psychological well-being of people, and in order for us to get free, like to resolve this global challenge, we really need to address this false information that is spread both online and offline. And this is why, I mean, some examples of negative behaviors that we saw, that we've been observed, have been reported, and have been increased by the infodemic, are, for example, the use of wrong and harmful treatments. We see the lower uptake of protective measures, including vaccinations, social distancing, mask wearing, and this was, let's say, related to wrong information that was spread online, or like controversy theories or conspiracy theories that were very common during the pandemic. Then we see also impaired mental health and emotional well-being, because some misinformation is like implying some psychological consequences for some people who are affected by it. And also, for example, with hate speech or some kind of aggressive and violent content. And also lower trust in healthcare providers, with also attacks on like health services in some cases, some specific cases, due to the fact that there was this strong, some higher amount of mistrust also toward health authorities, nourished by misinformation. Next. So the idea of the WHO Regional Office for Europe has been to try to respond to this challenge by identifying some digital solutions. And I've been doing this work together with other colleagues who work on infodemic management, digital health, risk communication and community engagement. So different areas that are together addressing the infodemic, in particular with regards to COVID, but not only, also with regards to other kind of outbreaks that are like ongoing in the world. For example, at the moment, nowadays, we are also observing in Europe, in our region, monkeypox. That is like more recent. So actually the idea is that by responding to the infodemic through the example of COVID, we can better respond to any kind of emergency in the future that implies the spread of misinformation and disinformation, in particular when related to health topics. Next. So the digital solutions that have been identified through an analysis of literature that we made a rapid review. In particular, in terms of methodology, we did a rapid review through a database that has been developed by WHO itself that collects all the most recent publications available online on COVID-19. And we have been applying some specific variables in order to select, for example, the most recent publications that were mentioning digital solutions and infodemic response and COVID. So based on some specific variables, we selected the most recent publications available on this database that was a collection of the most recent publications in other databases available on the web. This, of course, the idea of a rapid review as a methodology was due to the fact that the rapid review is a very good methodology when it comes to policy making, where decisions need to be fast, in particular when we are into an emergency, in a period of emergency, like it's the case of COVID-19. So the digital solutions that we have been identifying have been implementing fact-checking and false information reporting mechanisms. Fact-checking, for those who are not aware of it, is the verification of this verified information is to verify what is the true information available online and what is a false information. And also reporting mechanism is when is this user themselves who are reporting what is false information. So fact-checking is implemented often by organizations where there are human fact-checkers. And this kind of mechanism has been observed as being quite slow compared to some automated possible systems. Because fact-checkers, of course, they don't often have enough time to follow the amount of information that is spread online. Sometimes the same false information, sometimes different false information, because the way the same false information has been rewritten and shared has changed it on the web. Another possible intervention is related to the use of social listening tools, in particular when these are augmented through artificial intelligence, deep learning, machine learning. So kind of approaches that let us identify false information, collect data in a very fast way in order to respond to this large scale and fast flowing data that are available online. And also the idea is to rapidly assess risks and identify infodemic signals. This has been observed as a big challenge for all policymakers that are involved into infodemic response. Another kind of digital intervention that we have been highlighted as key is the creation of monitoring programs and multi-stakeholders coordination interventions, but also of national regulatory frameworks that respect the principles of freedom of expression. So let me go point by point. So the monitoring programs are programs that let us monitor the information available online, and to also the way mechanisms for responding to infodemic have been implemented by stakeholders involved into infodemic response. And in terms of multi-stakeholders coordination initiatives that has been observed as a good practice. So we have observed that it has been observed that stakeholders not always well communicate among themselves. And so there is the need for better coordination in order to better respond to emergencies. Also, there are good examples in some states, in some member states, of frameworks for national regulation, where in particular there is the idea to respect principles of freedom of expression. For example, we have this example in the UK where it has been proposed an approach called safety by design many years ago. It was firstly applied to children protection, and now it's been also applied to health misinformation with the ongoing infodemic. In addition to this, last but not least, kind of intervention that we could highlight in the literature, it's the implementation of health literacy, digital health literacy programs. So when we talk about literacy, it's like to improve the education level of the population, because it's been seen as directly related to the ability of people, of users in particular, to identify wrong information. And this, when we talk about digital health literacy and digital literacy, they've been both seen as related in this sense. So the highest health literacy, the highest digital literacy are related to the ability to identify misinformation. Also, there are inoculation interventions that have been that worked pretty well, or for example also with the online games that also improved the ability to spot misinformation. Inoculation is a theory. It's the idea that we put a mental vaccine to people. So we put a mental filter, a psychological filter to people, so that they are able to have the appropriate knowledge to understand what is true and what is false in the information they access, in particular on the web. Then next. So what the WHO calls for while observing this kind of challenges, in particular related to infodemic, and while proposing the adoption of digital solutions, is to a whole of society approach. So there are all stakeholders who need to cooperate, to get coordinated, to work together in order to better respond to infodemic challenges. So among these stakeholders, we mentioned, for example, national health authorities, journalists, fact-checkers, civil society organizations, as well as citizens and parties. And the reason why we are all concerned as stakeholders is that we need to build trust. We need to build trust as much as possible. And this need has been particularly seen during the pandemic, during the COVID-19 pandemic, this need for unity and cooperation. Next. So the report, like the policy brief, which is a policy brief and a scientist's report that we have been working on, also highlights 6 policy considerations. So this can help policymakers around the world, in the European region and in the European region of WHO, but also in other regions. Actually, when I talk about the regional office, like the European region is very extended. It includes also Central Asia, Russia, Caucasus, not only the European Union states, the Balkans. So it's a very extended area that is covered by this office. For this reason, due to multiculturalism and the variety of cultures and languages that are represented, and also different political scenarios that we observe, the policy considerations can be applied also to many other regions in the world. So the policy considerations that have been highlighted are reinforcing multi-stakeholder networks for infodemic management, strengthening overall risk communication and community engagement initiatives, implementing continuous monitoring of online harmful and false content, improving digital literacy approach and organizing infodemic management trainings, advocating for infodemic management through communication campaigns, ensuring safe online platforms which protect people from harmful content. Next. Yeah, so I think I've been explaining quite well, but I can go point by point on these considerations that have been proposed by WHO Europe, Regional Office for Europe. The idea of multi-stakeholders networks is to build bidirectional trust between people and institutions, in particular through the amplification of positive health messages by trusted influencers. So stakeholders, policymakers involved into health response, outbreak response, are the leaders who are mainly responsible for sharing positive health messages and verified information. And the main purpose is to build bidirectional trust. Next. So another aspect is risk communication that has been seen as a key public health intervention, up to the point that in WHO, in World Health Organization, we see that risk communication and community engagement has been incredibly strengthened. WHO has been an organization that was mainly based on medical data, scientific data, and so medical science was leading, whereas at the moment behavioral scientists, social change, infodemic management, risk communication have been observed as key to outbreak response and risk management, in particular during pandemics. Next. Then another key aspect is to continuous monitoring of online harmful and false content. So member states can create processes for routinely examine infodemic signals. So when we talk about infodemic signals, we mean overabundance of false information, rumors, information voids. The idea is to identify these signals continuously, day by day, week by week, month by month, and observe the main trends into the spread of harmful and false content, in order to better respond to it, in order to better remove it in particular from social media and digital and online forums in the specific country. It's very important to work also at national level. This is due to difference of languages, which are the main challenges when we go and try to identify wrong information. It's one of the main challenges because, of course, misinformation is not only in English, and some softwares, they identify misinformation mainly in some main languages, whereas we know that many countries there are local languages that are very influential on the community psychology, and so it's very important to intervene at local level too, through different kind of interventions. Next. So digital, I already let's say explained a bit digital health literacy, what we mean, but in particular, one of the main factors that is related to the improvement of digital health literacy through specific interventions is like critical thinking. So the ability of people to think critically about the news they receive, the information they receive from the community. And this has been observed to be related to higher levels of education, but not only. With the specific digital health literacy programs, we can like try to increase the resilience to false information of people in specific communities, in particular the most vulnerable ones. Next. So another important policy consideration, is about advocating for infodemic management through communication campaigns. In particular, we see that social mobilization can empower citizens. When we talk about social mobilization and community engagement in the UN system, in WHO, UNICEF, that have been key actors in supporting member states in the response to COVID-19 and other emergencies, we talk about mobilizing social, like the society, mobilizing, empowering community, engaging the community by providing correct information. In this case, we see that what has been the idea is to create a safer online public sphere through infodemic management. So the online public sphere needs to be safe in terms of information that is shared through mechanisms for also flagging and reporting false information that are related to infodemic management. Next. Last but not least, policy consideration is about ensuring safe online platforms that protect people from harmful content. So this is key, but this is important because this is something that can be done in particular through policy changes. So there is need for better regulatory frameworks where there is a strong dialogue also between policymakers and also the platforms that are active and all the stakeholders that are active into the distribution of data. And the idea has to be clear in mind to ensure user safety, health, and well-being, while of course respecting freedom of expression. So we need to keep in mind that freedom of expression is a key principle to defend, but at the same time, we need also to ensure that this freedom is protecting users, their health and well-being. It's important to think of a good balance between these two aspects. And next slide is just my contact information for you to be in touch with me in the future. And next slide is the link to our two links to this the policy brief and the synthesis report. Actually, we also I can also tell you that it's a synthesis of this publication has been published recently on the European Journal of Public Health too. So there is different versions of these results because the idea is to spread the policy considerations in particular as much as possible in order to better respond in particular to outbreaks, and now more than ever to the pandemic. Okay, thank you very much. I give the floor to colleagues for more questions.
Okay, thank you very much for your presentation, and also thank you very much for your information that we also can collaborate with you one day in writing and in many other collaboration. And the next session is certificate giving. We would like to invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latuntreng MM to give certificate to Professor Agnes Posterino, PhD. Time is yours.
Hello, Professor Agnes Posterino from Paris. Thank you so much for your sharing information in Ilomata International Conference today. Maybe good evening dear, but here good noon. Once again, please receive in this certificate from Ilomata International Committee and Institut Jami Jakarta. Thank you very much. See you again.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Distinguished guest participant, ladies and gentlemen, the next session is question and answer. And we would like to invite you all participants to give some questions by writing something in a chat column or maybe by raising your hand, and the committee is going to pin your name. Okay, let's start. You can give questions to Professor Agnes Posterino or to Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer. Okay, there is a question for Prof. Victor. Professor Victor, are you here with us still? Are you still with us?
Of course, I'm here.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It is really appreciated. Thank you, thank you. Okay, I think there is a questions in a chat.
Now, it is a very interesting question by one of your students to say that in this world, of course, of now digital services, also we heard before in the health sector, it is also about digital solutions, but you have, of course, providers who are creating these virtual platforms. Like for Netflix and Spotify and Booking.com, etc. The whole world of international taxation is, of course, based on the idea that you're not paying twice. There's the avoidance of double taxation. And one of the criteria in all these treaties between countries to avoid double taxation, because otherwise business will pay, of course, too much tax about the same profit, is that you need to have a permanent establishment. And permanent establishment was just created probably already a century ago when we have an economy of bricks and mortar. And a company who is like Shell, who's investing, then you see, of course, most of the time also premises. Even a new company like Starbucks, you see them everywhere in Jakarta. But with, of course, these platform providers, they are, of course, outside of Indonesia. And then the whole idea is in a treaty is that there is no permanent establishment. But then how you will solve that? First of all, I said that the world is going to a kind of formulate, approximate kind of taxation. Dus finally, this will change. But in the meantime, some countries have said we will impose a digital service tax. Now a little bit on cold water due to the developments with the OECD. But Indonesia can, of course, do other things as well. You can say, for a Netflix or a Spotify, we just create a virtual permanent establishment. We can just say, you need to have a kind of establishment, because otherwise you can't have any access to our consumers. To give you an example, some providers outside Indonesia, of course, creating even their advertising or their website in Bahasa Indonesia. Now, that's a clear example that they are focusing on the Indonesia market. Secondly, Indonesia is a huge country. Just don't be afraid, don't be shy. You just can impose taxes. And use also your power in the OECD to say, we have to change this. Sometimes, what I said before, with a voluntary agreement, you can ask a Netflix to say, you have to pay your taxes, because probably, I don't know how million consumers are members of Spotify and Netflix and this kind of other platforms. But with that, you can calculate already. And that is, of course, an example you have to do, or an exercise, I mean, by the Director General of Taxation. You can make clear to say, hey, Netflix all the time is an example. I have no clue how many members they have, maybe 600 million worldwide, 12 million coming from Indonesia, and then you just say, sorry, 2% of your worldwide profit belongs to Indonesia. Dus you have to be also powerful as a tax administration to say, that is our fair share. You can even have to impose another law that you say, sorry, but you can be active in our society when you have not a presence. You can even force a company to create a permanent establishment. Dus I mean, there are measures possible, call it to force on a soft way or diplomatic way, or by that companies like Netflix will pay their taxes in Indonesia, because there are a lot of companies, and it's not only to Indonesia, they're making their profit, they make their turnover in Indonesia, but are not paying any OPIA. But there are possibilities to change that. Dus therefore, this question I just was reading is spot on, but you can change it. Hopefully, I have answered the question.
Okay.
Back to you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Is there any other questions, or maybe Professor Agnes is going to add to answer the questions? Another question for Professor Victor.
Yeah. What is I'm reading the question. Yes, that is a typical question from by Giordi, is about transfer pricing, and I have. Hopefully, I'm not torturing the previous speaker with too much text now. But transfer pricing, to connect to the previous speaker, transfer pricing is also quite typical in the pharmaceutical industry. Transfer pricing is related that in multinationals you have internal prices for your internal services, because manufacturing, management services are of course not always at the same location. And the idea is that you ask your internal customers or your internal companies the same price as the market price. Otherwise, you are manipulating. Now, again, by more transparency, this becomes more and more difficult. This transfer pricing is a hot topic, because by transfer pricing, companies are really reducing their taxes. The thing is that all listed companies, and doesn't matter which kind of industry, it can be health, it can be in energy, it can be in the financial sector. On the moment a company is forced to report based on stock exchange things, regulations, then information is available. And then you can calculate, sometimes I'm doing that as well, that you can calculate from what is going on with transfer pricing, where is really their footprint. The most difficult problem is not about the top multinationals who are listed, they are the companies just beneath. The companies just beneath the radar. That can be family-owned companies or companies not on the stock exchange, all kind of different entities, offshore entities. They are under the radar. There is the problem. And I'm not saying that multinationals are not, say, evading taxes, but it's most time making smart use of possibilities. But the non-compliant behavior is really in the pyramid, the companies just under the top. And And if you analyze that per country, or that is Italy, France, the Netherlands, or Indonesia, you see this same phenomena. Because there it is very difficult for outsiders, there's also tax administration, to see this traffic of internal services, this transfer pricing. And thus we have to shift also our attention a little bit from multinationals. It's always nice to talk about the Shells and the Unilevers and the Googles, but to go to the level beneath, and also in Indonesia, that is an issue. I stop because otherwise I start to lecture for hours.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. Is that enough for the questions? Yeah, okay, because time is also not enough to continue the question and answer session. I think I would like to say thank you very much to the honorable speakers. And ladies and gentlemen, let's give applause to Professor Agnes Postorino, PhD, Professor Dr. Victor Van Komar, and Professor Molt Miroslo Matijo. Okay, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a break, and we are going to continue again at 12:30. So I'm coming back after the break at 12:30. Thank you very much for your attendance. See you again after the break at 12:30. Bye-bye.
Ilomata Foundation was established on July 14, 1979 by Professor Dr. Safri Nurmantu as the founder and Dr. Shahrial Yusuf as the co-founder. The purpose of establishing the foundation is to carry out a noble state by actively participating in helping the government's efforts in carrying out development programs to realize national ideals in achieving a just and prosperous society based on Pancasila and the 1945 Constitution, especially through the fields of education and teaching. Ilomata Foundation is located at Pangkalan Asam Raya Street number 55, Cempaka Putih, Central Jakarta. Foundation Board: Profesor Dr. Safri Nurmantu, MSI, Dr. Haji M. Syahrial Yusuf, MM, MBA, Dr. Insinyur Panji Hendrarso, MM, Sri Martani, SOS. Executive Board: Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, SABMA, Dr. Andes Jaga Permana, MSc, PhD, Popi Nurmantu, SOS, MSc, Fakhri Effendi, SA, MSc. Ilomata Foundation is the administrator of the Institute of Social Sciences and Management, STIAMI Institute. Ilomata Foundation itself has a research publication institution, namely the Ilomata International Journal. STIAMI Institute was established in 1983, vision to become a noble, leading, and competitive university. Mission: organizing and developing the leading ethical and moral education, creating, developing, and disseminating the meaningful and beneficial knowledge to both national and international communities, publicizing the results of research and actions research, and also implementing various scientific innovations to develop professional resources in a sustainable manner. Motto: building intellectuals with moral integrity and ethics. Philosophy: increase the degree of human glory through education by having the positive thinking, sense of belonging, and cooperative traits. STIAMI Institute's organizational culture: religious service, integrity, innovation, working intentions because of Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, greeting to each other, enforcing salat in congregation at the early time, performing ZIS, zakat, infak, and sedekah, pronouncing basmalah, salawat, and short sermon in every meeting, keep learning or reading, faith cultivating, praying for each other. Berseri means clean, healthy, effective, and efficient, neat. Honest, fair, responsible, continuous improvement, unique, beneficial. At present, STIAMI has 9 study programs, namely Strata 1 Public Administration, Strata 1 Business Administration, Strata 1 Communication Management, Strata 1 Logistics Management, Strata 1 Hospitality and Tourism, Diploma 3 Taxation, Diploma 3 Business Administration, Diploma 4 Accounting, Strata 2 Administration. Management Structure: Rektor Profesor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng, MM. Vice Rector 1 Dr. Bambang Irawan, MM, MSI. Vice Rector 2 Dr. Daryanto Hesti Wibowo, SEAK, MA. Vice Rector 3 Dr. Jundo Harimurti, MSI. Dean of the Faculty of Administration, Dr. Novianita Rulandari, MSc, Dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Management, Yuli Evita S.A. M.A. Vocational Director, Samsudin Esos, MSc, Postgraduate Director, Dr. Pandoyo S.A. M.M. The three scopes of the journals are Ilomata International Journal of Social Science, Ilomata International Journal of Management, Ilomata International Journal of Tax and Accounting. Ilomata International Journal of Tax and Accounting with ISSN number 27149846, online 27149838, print, is published by Ilomata Foundation. It publishes original scientific papers across the whole spectrum of accounting and taxation. The journal attempts to assist in the understanding of the present and potential liability of accounting, to aid in the recording and interpretation of international economic transactions and taxation practices. Ilomata International Journal of Management with ISSN 27148963, online 27148971, print, is published by Yayasan Ilomata, committed to publishing scholarly, empirical, and theoretical research articles that have a high impact on the management field as a whole. The journal encourages new ideas or new perspectives on existing research. The journal covers such areas as business strategy and policy, organizational behavior, human resource management, organizational theory, entrepreneurship, and research methods. Ilomata International Journal of Social Science with ISSN number 27148998, online 27148988X, print, published by Yayasan Ilomata. It is a double-blind peer-reviewed journal freely available online. It aims to publish articles that contribute significantly to the body of knowledge. It publishes both theoretical and empirical articles and case studies relating to sociology, political science, history, law in society, and related disciplines. Published articles use scientific research methods, including statistical analysis, case studies, field research, and historical analysis. Vision: to be qualified and leading international journal. Mission: to carry out scientific publications that prioritizes the quality for researchers, professionals, and students from all over the world. For this reason, Ilomata Journal is committed to providing the greatest possible benefits for the development of knowledge in the world by always making a positive contribution in efforts to increase the impact factors, the H index, and the international indexation.
Welcome back to Ilomata International Conference 2022. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to continue our program and we are going to listen the presentation from the next speaker, Dr. Eduardo Noboa. Before I invite him, let me read his brief CV. Dr. Eduardo Noboa holds a master's degree in sustainable resource management from the Technical University of Munich, TUM, obtained his MBA in energy management at the Universidad de Nebrija in Madrid, and completed his PhD Sustainability Transformation Governance from Lepoma University in Lüneburg, and he performed functions such as Undersecretary of State Climate Change in Ecuador, Renewable Energy and Environment Coordinator at the Latin American Energy Organization, OLADE, and expert member of the Technology Executive Committee at the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, CFCCC. Over the last 10 years, he has collaborated with public and private sector entities, academia, civil and society on how to articulate multi-sectoral networks for supporting the tutorial planning process towards sustainability transformation. At the moment, Dr. Eduardo Noboa is part of the BMW Foundation team, developing different programs related to sustainability, climate change, and cities. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Eduardo Noboa. Good afternoon from Jakarta.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for this invitation.
Okay, it's time for you to give a presentation directly. Time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will share my screen now. Okay, thank you. So my presentation today is about how to design knowledge action networks for supporting transformation in society. So this is a very important topic when talking about societal transformation. As we know, most of our problems now are part of a lack of a cultural transformation towards a society as a better capacity to make decisions towards sustainability. Next, please. So as you can see, and as we all know, we are living in a very complicated times with a lot of complexity and uncertainty. We are living series of social crises, environmental crises, and economic crises. The assumptions here is that most of these crises we are living today, they are interconnected, and they are due to the lack of capacity of humans of make decisions in a correct way. We are seeing that nowadays most of decisions are taken by a few number of individuals and monopolies, and they are very centralized at global scale and also at local scale. So how to break these patterns now where we are locked in order to make better decisions towards sustainability? Next, please. So as you can see here, this is an example from the energy sector globally, where the state and the market have been shifting power from state-owned, for example, energy infrastructure to private-owned energy infrastructure during times, selling the infrastructure from one hands to another, and starting to create networks of collaboration among the state and the market, leaving the civil society marginalized. So the power asymmetry between civil society and the market and the state is huge. And this is an example at global level in the energy sector, where these patterns have been creating networks of collaboration among these two sectors in society. And this small portion of actors collaborating have been creating these networks that capture the decision-making processes in many of the sectors and the economic sectors. Next, please. So what we have found out is that sustainability is mainly a political process where we should try to integrate and balance the representation of civil society in a certain platform where we can create informal networks where many different voices can take part of the decision-making process. That is done by creating different spaces, protected spaces, where a diversity of actors in society can collaborate and can start creating visions about the future and having consensus on how to move forward. Next, please. In that sense, the old concepts of sustainability are being replaced by new ideas of sustainability, where sustainability can be seen as a purely political process of trying to make a consensus among civil society, the state, and market. Because at the end of the day, this triple bottom approach, which is trying to balance environment, society, and economy, are sectors that have representatives at the end. Now, the environment is a let's say, in this approach, has the voices that are representing the environment, at the end of the day, are voices that are part of society. So how to create a more sustainable cosmovision, how to create a more sustainable vision and solutions about the futures is by creating more spaces where democratic processes and participatory processes can take place in order to make those decisions in different areas. Next, please. So in that sense, sustainability comes part of this well-known now, the donut approach, where we have the environmental dimension containing the social dimension and the social dimension containing the economic dimension. What is happening today is the opposite. Basically, in the world, we are used to analyze and see the world with lenses of the economic discipline. That means the economic discipline is giving more importance than the rest of the other dimensions, when basically it's the opposite, when the environmental dimension is the one containing the social dimension in the economic dimension. Next, please. In that sense, we have to think about sustainability as a process of negotiating, contesting visions and contesting interests, where we have in society many different groups of interest that enter a political arena, where basically this political arena is the place where we are thinking, reflecting about problems, about visions, about solutions, and taking the decision among which are the best policy frameworks that have to take place in order to transform society. And this is done mainly by creating new discourses, new narratives. How to create these new narratives about the future at the end of the day is a very important process that should take part of the sustainability processes. Next, please. So we have this transition management cycle, which is a very important tool and method that is used to articulate different actors in a process of creating visions, creating joint agendas, experimenting, monitoring, and evaluating. And basically, what we are saying here is that planning is not anymore an accurate tool. So we have realized that humans cannot plan the future. We cannot control the future. For that, the approach is basically to experiment. So we must experiment and with pilot projects. And among this experimenting, we will start to see what is functioning better And this will transform again the vision that we have in order to transform society, generate new alliances, which is very important. We have realized that humans are totally disconnected. We are disconnected from each other. We are disconnected from the planet. So we'll need to start to create those spaces where humans start to connect, humans start to generate social capital and trust in order to mobilize resources. Next, please. In that sense, we have several levels of understanding of these processes of transformation and transition, where we have to start to see societal process as an iterative process of thinking and rethinking society by creating those visions in different levels, strategic level, tactical level, and operational level, where we basically piloting and experimenting among new ideas in social entrepreneurship and in business entrepreneurship. Political entrepreneurship are very important pieces of this transformation process. Next. So as you can see here, nowadays what we are trying to do is to combine this analytic and abstract knowledge from scientists with intuitive and experiential knowledge from practitioners, and trying to generate these combined solutions. So how to create or how to connect the academia also with the policy making processes, or how to create these science society policy interfaces where we can basically generate knowledge in a different way. So we have seen that also scientific knowledge, purely scientific knowledge, is not solving societal processes, and also that societal processes of decision making, politicians, for example, they also require this complex and abstract knowledge from scientists. So, but how to integrate both and assemble this scientific knowledge with practitioner knowledge? And this is where we talk about transdisciplinary research. So transdisciplinary research are these processes where we produce knowledge with the real actors, with the people that is close to the problem, combined with also scientists analyzing these issues, for example, water issues or urban development, energy systems, transportation systems. So we bring together these different actors, and we combine the academia with politicians, with civil society, and with other sectors, where we can put them together to reflect and to share their knowledge, to share their views, and start to learn from each other. So what we have to create are these mutual learning processes in society that academia, practitioners, NGOs, and business sectors can learn from each other, because actually every sector speaks a different language. So we have to find a common language, a common understanding of the problems in order to create the right solutions. Next, please. So this process of transdisciplinary research, basically what they do is they involve these different actors and sectors from society in these so-called transition arenas. So they are protected spaces, they are protected like workshops where there is an openness to integrate and to listen to the ideas of others and to integrate those ideas into the decision-making process. So those are experimental processes that can lead to a slow transformation, because actually we are co-producing knowledge. We are collaborative producing knowledge about solutions. And this is a process that is not happening one time, but this is an iterative process of learning, of creating a social learning loops that let us produce knowledge together among scientists, politicians, NGOs, and business sector, to then the results fit to the societal practice, to the decision to solve societal problems, but also to fit the scientific practice with new methods, with new scientific discourses. Next, please. So we have identified several capacities that are needed in order to create this knowledge. So we have identified that we are lacking the collective capacity of reflection, the collective capacity of anticipation, and the collective capacity of integration. That means that humans, we are able to reflect individually, but we have to learn more how to reflect in a group of people, how to create collective intelligence in order to reflect with other people together. No, this is something very important because we are talking about dialogue. So what I'm saying here is that we have lost the capacity of dialogue. Society needs more dialogue in order to reflect, understand problems, anticipate towards the future together in groups. Like society must have a consensus of values. Now, where are we going to put our energy, and in which values? For example, what we value the most is nature and water and the energy, renewable energy. What are the most important aspects that let us develop as a society? Health, education. So we must together define our values as society and not let only a few of vested incumbents to decide for us. Next, please. So it is important to create these processes of transformation and also to consider that we have to be ready for those windows of opportunity, because while we are creating these informal platforms of actors collaborating towards the transformation of the system, and this is, as said, an iterative process, a continued process of learning, of involving more and more actors by starting with a group of champions, starting with the change agents that are working on sustainability, for example, and creating new narratives, creating new visions about transformation and involving more and more people, more and more youth and young people that are prepared with the right narrative, the right knowledge, and the right connections in order to act when there is a policy window. So these windows of opportunity could be as design or could be also by accident. But as we know, for example, windows of opportunity by design are the political elections, but also other opportunities or windows of opportunity are connected to natural disasters or changes in the context, in the global context, that also offer the opportunity to introduce new technologies, to introduce new ideas, to introduce these new societal improvements in the regime, because actually the regime is the part of society which is the most inflexible to accept new ideas and to integrate new ideas. So how to create these spaces of collaboration, protected spaces, so that when new ideas are mature enough, they can enter the regime in a window of opportunity. So this is what we have been basically experimenting, doing at the BMW Foundation, at the Leuphana University, and in many other organizations and universities in Europe, where we have been implementing those processes of combining the knowledge of different actors in participatory processes of scenario planning, of thinking about the future, about the visions, together in order to find out these solutions and creating these innovation processes. Because at the end of the day, innovation is a process that is coming out of the combination of different ideas. No, because we are basically looking for a disruptive narrative for new innovation. And this is happening only when we integrate very different ideas in one process of knowledge production. So for example, we bring people from academia, from the government, and from the business sector and put them together in the so-called triple helix approach. So we have three different actors that see the problem from different perspectives, and we combine them together in order to create some innovative solution. Next, please. So we have designed this framework, which is the TTMA, is the Transdisciplinary Transition Management Arena, which is basically a methodology for scenario planning, for participatory scenario planning, and is a methodology to involve and include different actors and sectors in a process of co-producing knowledge, in a process of stimulating certain capacities of the leaders, and is a process of building a network of individuals which start to collaborate, creating communities of practice, communities of purpose, and managing communities. So basically, what we have to do is to create these ecosystems of collaboration. So they are ecosystems of actors that start to collaborate, and we have to manage these communities so that they can continue the dialogue, the conversation, that they can continue producing knowledge and narratives. And these narratives, of course, they go also to fit in the communication processes, because we have to start to spread out these new visions, these new ideas, so that we can also gain new followers to this type of movements of new ideas. So it is a manner of creating communities of purpose that start to give life to new change processes. Next, please. So this is the process in a very simple way, by bringing these actors together, NGOs, business, government, academia, in processes of dialogue. When we produce this knowledge, we create or stimulate these collective capacities and create these networks for innovation, which are social learning loops. So this is a never-ending story. We need always to start to create these new ways of institutionality. So to break the old patterns of institutions by working networks. No, we have to create networks of collaboration. Next, please. So as you can see here, this knowledge co-production has different processes of and types of knowledge, such as the reflection, the anticipation, and the integration processes of collective intelligence. And then we have also different types of these processes, such as the understanding of the problem. So the system knowledge, we have to understand first. We have to talk about which are the problems, because many times the problem is that we are not focusing on the real problems, but the problems are decided by actors that are capturing the decision-making processes, and they are deciding among a small group of individuals which are the problems we are focusing. But what we need is to bring more voices to try to define the problem. So which is actually the problem? And there's where we start the whole process of this whole policy cycle in order to create the solutions for those problems. Next, please. So referring to the community building, this type of processes involve all these actors to create this social capital. At the end of the day, what we need is social capital. And what is social capital? Social capital is the ability of institutions, of organizations, and individuals to mobilize resources. So when we have trust in society, when we have a common understanding of problems, when we have a commitment and we have common values, it is easier to mobilize resources. When you trust a person, you can easily mobilize resources. Which resources? Technology, capacities, and financial resources are easier to flow when there is trust in society. So trust is a very important ingredient in order to transform society. Next, please. So to integrate those processes, we need to have a diversity of actors interacting in these transition arenas, in these spaces of collaboration, in these platforms for planning the future of society. So we need to be careful in who to invite in these type of processes, that there is a diversity of views, and we have people, individuals, and organizations from all different levels and sectors: government, business, NGOs, academia, and also global, international actors. We have local actors, national actors, etc. Next, please. So this is one example of these processes of transformation, articulating knowledge action networks. So how to create these communities that produce knowledge, these communities to create new narratives and solutions about the future, that articulate networks of multi-sectoral actors. So this is the case of the Ecuadorian, where we organize a platform to transform the energy sector of the country by bringing together all these actors. Next, please. So as the context of the Ecuador energy system is that we have an energy system that is addicted to oil. Basically, 90% or more than 90% of our primary energy offer is oil, and also almost 75% of the demand side is also oil. No? And then we have some mega or high-scale hydropower plants, so mega infrastructure power plants, which also operate in a certain way as extractive industries centralized in our country. So how to decentralize energy, how to create an energy system which is more sustainable, more renewable, and more democratic, more decentralized, distributed energy system. And this is the question that we had. And so how we did it, next please, is we created these spaces of dialogue, interaction among individuals in a very specific moments when we had this window of opportunity, when we had the elections. So we created a laboratory of people, a social laboratory, and I was so-called the energy transition laboratory. So this energy transition laboratory integrated these different actors in a moment where we were in a process of change. So exactly in the process of the election of new president, before that, we started to create these processes of creating new narratives in order to come with a new proposal, with a new president. Next, please. So we involved 32 organizations in a process of discussion and dialogue and reflection and connection of these different actors to generate these disruptive ideas, innovative solutions. Next, please. And we managed basically to have a common understanding of what are the main and the key problems of the system, such as centralization, extractivism, path dependency, lock-in, environmental impacts, wrong subsidies and incentives, and oligopolies and other aspects which are here only summarized. And we managed to basically to understand what is the future we want, together. So with the future in that case of Ecuador was decentralized, based on renewable energy. So most of the actors, they agreed actually to change the system toward a democratic, decentralized, renewable energy system. But why this is not happening? So when most of society has the wish or the vision to transform towards that direction. Why this is not happening? Because the decision-making process are in only a few hands. So this is what we call the state capture. So the state is captured by a few hands, that it is not possible to transform or to change the decision-making processes, because we are not inviting the right people to be there at this process of decision-making. Next, please. Next, please. So we had very interesting results. This energy transition laboratory is still alive after 7 years. It is a platform of people, societal actors that are meeting together and to discuss, to reflect, to generate new ideas year by year, because this is a constant iterative process of social learning involving more actors. Next, please. So we have identified several strategies that we have to have in place. And this is very interesting, because when talking about energy, or when talking about transformation of any other socio-technical sector, could be water, could be transport, could be industry, the strategies are actually very, very holistic. They are not only about infrastructure and technology, but maybe we have to understand that sustainability is a process of cultural transformation. So how to transform the culture, how to transform the way we make decisions, how to transform the education, how to transform the way we produce knowledge about solutions, how to start importing solutions from outside, but creating our own solutions with our own minds in the local areas. So the idea here is to identify who are these important actors that have been there and create these networks of leaders. So what is missing here is also leadership. What are the leaders? What are the leadership capacities? So many of these means of implementation that are needed in order to transform, such as capacities, financial mechanisms, technology, in order to mobilize these different means of implementation, we need also the will, we need the leadership of the responsibility of leaders to have the will to do so. So leadership is very important. We need to work with young leaders. We need to start to create these platforms with young generations, and they could make a change in the future as well. So this is an intergenerational work that we have to do. We have to create these platforms where also not only combining and articulating minds of different sectors, but also of different ages. So we need also young people to start to participate in this process of imagining the future, what we want in the future. Next, please. Next, please. So we have identified many different areas to work when working about social technical transformation. This is the transformation of sectors which involve technical processes, but societal processes as well. But because all of our sectors basically are combining both societal and technical processes. And in this case, we have identified that transition policy is more than technology and infrastructure. Basically, transition policy is involving also, as I said, cultural and mindset change about intersection of different agendas, because we are used to work in silos and in disciplines. We have to stop working in disciplines and start to work at transdisciplinary way, like trying to combine and break those paradigms, to start to look at the solutions from different ways, combining different disciplines. It's very important also in the university to have this interaction among different faculties, so we can start to generate new ideas and new perspective about the same old problems. Next, please. So this is my intervention until here. Thank you very much for this invitation. It was a pleasure to be here with you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Eduardo Noboa, for your great presentations. And we can make a conclusion about your very great speech, and you're talking about transformation strategies, that in here, everything needs transform, yeah? Transform education strategies for sustainable development. And before we continue the other session, there will be a session for award certificate giving. And we would like to invite Dr. Novianita Rulandari, MSc Sikar CTT, to give a certificate.
Thank you, moderator. Our great appreciation goes to Dr. Eduardo Noboa, who has been a speaker at this year's International Ilomata Conference. Thank you so much, Dr. Eduardo.
Okay, thank you so much for the award certificate giving, and I hope you are still here. And the program is going to be continued by questions and answer sessions. Distinguished guest participants, ladies and gentlemen, if you have some questions, we would like to ask you to give some questions. For Dr. Eduardo Noboa, do you have any questions? Please be awaiting for your questions if you have. You may write down on a chat column, or you can also raise your hand. I'm waiting for you in about 1 minute. Is there any questions? Oh yeah, there are some questions. Okay.
Saya ingin bertanya sepertinya, Bu Asti.
Is that English or Indonesian? Okay, I'm going to come here, yeah? Okay, doctor, there will be questions, and it is written in Indonesian, and I cannot see from there, so I'm going to translate into English directly. Based on your opinion, which is better, do you think, about the managing of energy and that is given by the government fully, or organizing this and given by the private? So which one is better, do you think?
Thank you very much for the question. This is a difficult question to answer because it depends on the country, on the context, on the culture. What is important is that the energy system is distributed, is renewable, and is giving access to the majority or all the population in a territory. In my opinion, the best constellations or ownership of energy infrastructure are the ones that are a collaboration of the public-private sector. So I will say that private-public partnerships are the best of the solutions because you can involve both of the sectors, the private sector and the public sector, and create a cooperation that leads to a better solution. So that is, in my opinion, what I can answer to this question.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other questions? Committee, is there any other questions from the participants? No more questions? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have finished for this session. Let's give applause to the speaker, Dr. Eduardo Noboa. Sorry, there is another more questions is coming. Hello, Dr. Eduardo Noboa, are you still here?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah, you're still here. Okay, can you please show the questions? All right, from Professor Safri Nurmantu. Please, time is yours.
You're muted, Professor. We cannot hear you. No, I cannot hear you.
Can you please unmute? We cannot hear you.
Lisa, hello?
Hello, we can hear you now.
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Please.
Hello?
Hello.
Your presentation is very, very interesting. There are many models, there are many circles. It's very interesting. My question is about the collaboration or consensus between politician and scientists. Politician and university, let's say like that. Sometimes ago, we know about triple helix, the cooperation between university, politician, and businessman. Nowadays, as my observation in Indonesia, there is always the university. As example, nowadays, we face the rise of gas and oil price. In one side, the scientists said it is no use to increase. But the other side, the politicians say, no, please increase it. My question is, how we can solve this problem? The contradiction between scientists and university and scientists. Thank you very much. It is very cool. But the role of culture, as you say, mentioned, the role of culture. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Professor Nurmanta. Yeah, this is a challenge we are facing at the moment, is how to start integrating academia more in the political processes, right? And how to generate these spaces for avoiding contradictions and having a consensus. I will say that this is not an easy task, and this is about social learning. So this is not solved in one time, but in many interactions. So the idea is to give the space for them to get to know each other. Also, in a human level, it is important that people meet there as humans, not as a scientist and as a politician, but they provide a space that these human beings can create a human connection and start to also to communicate not only at the rational level, but also at the emotional level. No, and the idea is to create these spaces where the people can start to talk to people like people. No, and then they start to get to know each other and have a trust. So trust is very important to generate. So how can we basically manage emotions? How can we manage trust building in a certain group? Is by letting them having these spaces. So how to create these spaces to generate a routine where every month, for example, every 3 months, we have a meeting where we can invite different people to get to know each other. So the first step is the connection, because we cannot imagine that people start to collaborate if they don't get to know each other first. So we have to go step by step. So first of all, they have to connect, to get to know each other, then to create awareness about the differences of the mindsets, the difference of the language they are using, the different understanding. So then next step is to start to try to create a common understanding, common visions, and there are many methods to do so. Basically, this method that we are proposing here, the transdisciplinary research method, is a method to combine both politicians and scientists. No, and this is a real good method when you put them together to collaborate to solve a challenge in the theory. They realize that which are their values, which are the differences, which are the commonalities. And if you start to repeat this process again and again, you will start to create a community that is trusting each other, a community of practice that are learning from each other and can start to catalyze transformation. This is what I can say to you, Professor. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there has no more questions from the participants, yeah. And time goes by. My beloved audience, participants, dear ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say thank you very much, dear speaker, for your presentation today. Well, I think we have finished all the session for today. I am, as the moderator here, would like to say thank you very much for your kind attention. And from me, I would like to say goodbye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ms. Asti, for leading the presentation of invited speaker from 7 different countries. Okay, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the head of the Institution of Research and Community Services. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Ais Komalawati.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Head of LLDikti 3, Dr. Insinyur Parstianti Nurwadani MP, Board of Supervisor of the Ilomata Foundation, Professor Dr. Safri Nurmantu, MSc, Associate Professor Dr. Muhammad Saryal Yusuf, MM, MBA, Board of Supervisor of Ilomata Foundation, Deputy Chairman of the Ilomata Foundation Board of Trustees, Sri Martani Esos, Chairman of the Ilomata Foundation, Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, SAB, MA, Rektor Institut Stiami, Professor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng, MM, Chairman of the Senate of Institut Stiami, Professor Dr. Muhammad Mulyadi, AP, MSE, and members, Vice Rector, Deans of the faculties, lecturers, honorable speakers from Netherlands, Japan, USA, France, Australia, Germany, and also Indonesia, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Ilomata International Conference is carried out by Ilomata Foundation and Stiami Institute of Social Science and Management. The conference was held through Zoom media on Saturday, August 27, 2022. The theme of the Ilomata International Conference 2022 is a more inclusive and sustainable world economic recovery. This conference aims to discuss such proposals as follows. First, the form of support for the government in the context of the success, the economic recovery program. The second, establishment of information network related to global economic recovery. And the third, achievement of the Global Economic Recovery Program. The conference was opened by opening speech from Head of LL Dikti Region 3, Dr. Insinyur Paristianti Nurwadani MP, and 3 keynote speakers. First, Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, BA, MBA, Minister of Education, Culture, Research, and Technology, Republic of Indonesia. The second is Mr. Haji Erick Thohir, BA, MBA, Minister of State-Owned Enterprise, Republic of Indonesia. And the third, Mr. Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economic Republic of Indonesia, and presented 7 speakers from 7 countries. They are Professor Naoki Yoshima, former Dean CAO Asian Development Bank Institute, Position Director of Financial Research Center, Financial Service Agency, Government of Japan. Associate Professor Dr. Andes Pandoyo SAMM, Director Graduate Program of Institut Stiami, Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD, FCLT, Lecturer from School of Business and Law, Edith Cowan University, Australia, Professor Dr. Mut Miroslav Matija, Professor at Lagos International University, USA, Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer, Director Tax Services and Member Executive Board of IBRR, Professor Tax Policy, Utrecht School of Economics, the Netherlands. Professor Agnes Pastorino, PhD, Associate Researcher, Charles Research Center, Sorbonne University, Paris. And Dr. Eduardo Noboa, BMW Foundation, Munich, German, lead climate change specialist, climate finance and cities. The conference was attended by participants consisting of lecturers, students, practitioners, and other invites with moderator Ibu Rejeki Agustiawati. In this conference, also produced scientific articles presented by the speakers in discussion session with external publication in national and international journal. Here's the conclusion of the conference as follows. The public policy and economic recovery. Public and private sector leaders and entities must urgently work together to safeguard trade to protect the global economy and the workforce. Democracy as well as non-democracy should not be justified on the ground of economic development. Economic development should justify democracy, and it should also justify any kind of regime, provided that it also generates economic growth and make everybody better off. There are positive effects of democracy on economic reform, private investment, and the size capacity of government, and a reduction in social conflict. Transformation strategies in energy system transformation are education strategies for sustainability development, knowledge co-production platform, financial investment strategy, cross-sectional collaboration planning, strategic environmental communication, supporting articulation, and regulatory framework innovation. The second, sustainability refers to the ability of a company to create value over the long term. ESG includes the environmental, social, and governance dimension of a company's operation and performance, which are used to measure the sustainability of investment. Currently, many corporates are the biggest law firms have formulated the SSG goals. In 2021, companies have a better understanding of what corporate tax responsibility in and communicate more comprehensively and publicly on tax matter. The third is about business as a sustainability economic mover. Sustainability supply chains management is grounded upon the traditional concept of supply chains management. Sustainability Supply Chains Management, SSGM, is the set of managerial practices that involve the flow of information and capital among organizations along the supply chains, considering economic, environmental, and social requirements in all stages of the chain, including product life cycles. The third, financial stability for a more inclusive and sustainable economy recovery. The way to induce private financing into green investment and green bond. Green energy projects are categorized into two groups based on scale. A, large project, it's hydropower. B, commodity type green energy project, it's a hometown crowd funds. Environmental social government, ESG governance, investment and optimal portfolio. First, traditional asset allocation. The second, ESG component is added for the asset allocation. The third, ESG criteria is different from one rating agency to other. And the fourth, each investor changes its asset allocation based on specified criteria of ESG given by rating agency. Green bond principles are renewable energy, including production, transmission, appliance, and product. Energy efficiency, such as a new refurbished building, energy storage, district heating, smart grid, appliance, and product. Pollution preventions and control, including reduction of air emission, greenhouse gas control, soil remediation, waste prevention, waste reduction, waste recycle, and energy emission efficiency, waste to energy. Environmentally sustainable management of living natural resources and land use. And the last is trade for a more inclusive, sustainable recovery. To achieve national economic recovery, 4 strategies are added. They are domestic consumption, ministerial and official expenditures, and other expenditure, MSME activities, economic stability, and monetary expansion. The COVID-19 pandemic has been accompanied by feelings of uncertainty, worry, and fear, which nourish a lack of trust toward health authorities, scientific communities, and mass media, enhanced by false information spread of the internet. This phenomena associated with the pandemic has been called an information epidemic or infodemic, and defined as an overabundance of information, including false or misleading information in digital and physical environment during the disease outbreak. The WHO Regional Office for Europe highlights 6 policy considerations. First, reinforcing multi-stakeholders network for endemic management. Second, strengthening overall risk communication and community engagement. The third, implementing continuous monitoring of online harmful and false contents. Fourth, improving digital literacy approaches and organizing infodemic management trainings. A fifth, advocating for infodemic management through communication campaigns. And the last is ensuring safe online platform which protect people from harmful. That's the conclusion of this conference. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Ais Komalawati for delivering the summary of today's international conference. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to invite our elder, the board of supervisor of Ilomata Foundation, and also the founding father of Setiami Institute, to give appreciation speech, of course. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Profesor Dr. Safri Nurmantu.
Okay, thank you very much. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Well, since the 7 speakers from 7 countries has presented their very interesting presentation, so I think it's better I will use Bahasa Indonesia in this last section. Yang terhormat saudara-saudara yang sangat muda yang duduk di depan mikrofon sebagai MC. Luar biasa presentasi Anda hari ini. Tentu saja sebelumnya saya harus mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Menteri Pendidikan, Dasar dan Kebudayaan dan Teknologi, Riset dan Teknologi, kepada Menteri Sandiaga Uno, kepada Ketua LL Dikti, kepada yang terhormat Bapak Ketua Yayasan, Bapak Amrullah Satoto, Pak Rektor, Profesor Wahyudin, dan jajarannya, Warek 1, Warek 2, Warek 3, dan Direktur Pasca, Dr. Pandoyo yang tadi juga presentasi. Saya kira kesempatan seperti ini sangat jarang. Ya, artinya tadi saya lihat partisipannya itu 1000-an. Nah, ini sesudah lohor, saya lihat ini tinggal 775. Nggak apa-apa. Saya kira ini suatu karya besar dari Institut Setiami di bawah pengarahan Ketua Yayasan. Dengan demikian, maka saya harap ini merupakan kredit poin di dalam peningkatan whatever status of program masing-masing ya, program studi masing-masing. Insya Allah dengan presentasi-presentasi seperti ini, angka sebagai kredit poinnya itu menambah-nambah. Kita punya dari B menjadi A. Kalau A menjadi, kalau ada A plus, dari C menjadi B. Di lain pihak, presentasi tadi yang berisi sangat banyak yang bersifat akademik ya, terutama yang terakhir itu banyak model. Biasanya orang statistik seperti Pak Wahyudin atau Pak Panji itu senang yang model-model begitu, tidak perlu penjelasan lebih lanjut. Nah ini Dr. Ois barangkali ada big data ini ya, dalam tanda petik yang harus Anda buat nih filenya. Tolong dibuat supaya anytime setiap orang bisa barangkali meminta, baik mengenai recorder hari ini, dan terutama mengenai model-model tadi itu. Hurufnya sangat kecil, saya tidak bisa baca, tapi saya kira itu sangat bermanfaat. Mengenai sustainable development, mengenai teori-teori yang dikemukakan, banyak sekali yang baru. Banyak sekali yang baru. Jadi saya kira itu bagian perpustakaan bisa mengcopy itu dengan baik. Tentu saja dengan prosedur akademik, izin mungkin dari presenter, kemudian dibukukan, difotokopi atau bagaimana, dimasukkan di perpustakaan. Dan itu merupakan file untuk ada akreditasi atau tinjauan-tinjauan lain yang berdampak positif terhadap Institut Setiami. Sekali lagi, terima kasih kepada Bapak Ketua Yayasan, Pak Amrullah Satoto, Pak Rektor dan staf, khususnya Novia yang dengan tekun ya menyelenggarakan seminar yang bertingkat internasional. Tidak gampang loh mengundang 7 orang presenter. Tidak gampang, walaupun relatif dengan teknologi modern ini ya bisa dihubungi. Tapi setidaknya tentu harus ada komunikasi dahulu. Nggak tiba-tiba aja mereka buat. Itu apresiasi kepada ketua dari Ilomata Conference ini. Semoga apa yang Anda berikan ini insya Allah mendapat balasan pahala dari Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Sekian, terima kasih sekali lagi para MC. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor, for your speech, especially for your prayer for Institut Setiami. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, now you're going to see the traditional clothes of Bugis people, Makassar, South Sulawesi. Okay, and now we're going to invite our beloved rector of Setiami Institute, to give closing speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Profesor Dr. Insinyur Wahyudin Latunreng.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, firstly I would like to greet all the conference participants by expressing grateful and praising to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala upon all His blessing, grace, and mercies that has made us possible to gather in this conference. Ladies and gentlemen, the significance of this conference is in the perspective of global economic recovery. Therefore, the Ilomata Foundation, as an education agency for Setiami Institute, Jakarta, and as part of our responsibilities, we are sustaining Indonesia presidency G20 for the year 2022. With regard to that, I, as director of the Setiami Institute, in this occasion would to express my gratitude to all participants involved in this conference, in particular to Mr. Nadiem Anwar Makarim, MBA, Minister of Education, Culture, Riset and Teknologi Republik of Indonesia, represented by Profesor Dr. Insinyur Faiz Shuaib. Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, MBA, Minister of Tourism and Kreatif Ekonomi Republik of Indonesia. Dr. Insinyur Faristianti, Nurwardani MP, Head of LLDT Region 3, Jakarta, presented by Mrs. Tuti. Professor Safri Nurmanto, the founder of Ilomata Foundation. Dr. Andes Amrullah Satoto, MA, the chairman of Ilomata Foundation, the institute, the initiator of Ilomata International Conference today. Dr. Novianita Wulandari, the chair of the International Conference Committee and all of committee Ilomata International Conference today. The 7 international speakers representing university and international institutions coming from all over the world. Professor Dr. Victor van Kommer from Dutch, and also extraordinary lecturer of STIAMI. Professor Dr. Mirkslo Matija from USA, and also extraordinary lecturer Institute STIAMI. Now Yaki Yoshino from Japan, Professor Ignatius Pastorino, PhD from Paris, France. Associate Professor Ferry G, PhD from Australia. Professor Dr. Eduardo Naboa from Germany. And from STIAMI is Associate Professor Dr. Pandoyo MM. As Director Graduate Program of Institute STIAMI. Last but not least, the participant from Indonesia, university or institution, especially the STIAMI Institute lecture, I am proud of. Throughout this conference, we optimistically could take greater role in the sustainable development. To all of our distinguished guests and participants, thank you for joining us in this magnificent conference. Recover together, recover stronger. We hope to see you on February 2023 in STIAMI International Conference. Once again, see you all participants and speakers on February 2023. Thank you very much for all participants and speakers. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Professor, for the closing speech. It's very interesting. And like he said, that we have to recover stronger, recover together and recover stronger. And he said also, see you again in the next our international conference, of course. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before I close this event, I would like to give you 5 door prizes, of course. And it consists of 3 smartphones and also smartwatch, 3 smartwatch like this, okay? And then 2 earphones. Okay, let's use the Wheel of Fortune. Before we start, I would like to explain this Wheel of Fortune consists of names. Names from speaker, presenter, all the guests, and also participants, but not the member of committee. The member of committee, we cannot join that. Okay, for the first door prize, you will get smart watch. Okay, ready? Spin the wheel, please. 3, 2, and wait a moment, please. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go. Whose name is going to appear in the Wheel of Fortune? And we have Sigit Pangestu. Okay, congratulations, Sigit Pangestu. And don't forget to contact our committee. Okay, smartwatch. The second door prize, you're going to get earphone. And the winner is, spin please. And we have Tuti Yulianti. Okay, congratulations, Tuti Yulianti. You will get earphone from us. Okay. The third door prize, you will get smartwatch again. And the winner is 3, 2, 1, spin. And the winner is Hana Tasya Novianti. Hana Tasya Novianti, congratulations. Okay, that's the third winner. The fourth winner, you're going to get earphone, yeah? Earphone again. Okay, who's going to get the earphone? Spin the wheel, please. And the winner is... Who's going to appear? And Lulu Khairunisa. Congratulations, Nisa or Lulu. Okay, the last door prize. Smart watch again. And the winner is spin. Here we go. And the winner is Delia Nanda Fitriani. Congratulations, Dela. Oh, sorry, Delia. Okay. Okay, that's the 5 winner for the draw prizes. Congratulations. And don't forget to contact the committee, Mbak Putri. You can see from the slide there. 0882 1469 1997. Okay. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before I close this event, I would like to invite Miss Asti, our moderator. Miss Asti. So, Mrs. Asti, this is our end of the agenda. Would you like to say something to them before we finish it?
Yes. On the last session, in closing ceremony, on behalf of the committee, of course, I would like to say thank you very much for joining to Ilomata International Conference 2022.
And for all speaker and presenter, we would like to say thank you very much for your informative and interesting presentation. And all participants, of course, we would like to say thank you very much for your best participation. Like the slogan of G20, recover together, recover stronger. And see you again in Ilomata International Conference 2023.
Bye-bye. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
See ya.
See ya.
So many colors that live together in peace, with a million timeless treasures, with an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Jauh di mata, kun wangsan sebaku miliar.
dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain